What happened? Who can remember if anything happened last time we played?
Did anything happen last time?
Oh, stuff always happens. I just don't remember it most of the time.
Cody, why are your arms so small?
Actually, what did fucking happen? Oh my god.
Was that the beholder fight or not? It wasn't a beholder. It was a.
Oh yeah, no. We fought the thing on the the ship.
We tried to mind read some shit we shouldn't have, and there was dire consequences.
There were indeed dire consequences.
A death tyrant? No.
It was a floating eyeball.
It was a death's kiss.
Death's kiss. That's what it is. Thank you. Is it a beholder offshoot? I thought it was.
I mean, it is a large aberration.
I'm a large aberration.
It doesn't come with eye beams typically, but I brought in ethereal eyeballs that cast eye beams and shit to make you like move around and do the fight. Because a death kiss on its own is not going to be anything for a group this high level. But indeed, and you also learn some valuable lessons about Madame Vestia's abilities. Confirm something you've already kind of seen evidence of in the first place, but well, initially when you met her, because there was some ghost shit that followed her. Basically, the line that it extends from your solar plexus out into the ethereal plane that you astral project on, that your soul is moved on, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. Things can follow that back, and something else did, this one coming from another plane, and coming to your ship and attacking you and all that nonsense, and I believe Adelaide actually managed to like shoot something this time. She's like, alright, I did it! And then she probably got like drunk afterwards. After that, you continue selling the ship, knowing that you needed a place to further possibly outfit and resupply and stretch your legs, because it's not good for you to just be on the same cooped up airship for fucking days and weeks on end. You knew that the Emerald Mantis Monastery was nearby, sitting out on the Vergilt Plains, where Reed was raised and trained under the tutelage of Grand Master Amaris and Master Fenris, the same master who gave Reed his elven longsword that he carries with him. You sat down just outside the very plain monastery. It's not large. There's nothing that really picks it out as descript from the landscape. It's simple stone walls, squat single-story buildings with a central sand ring located between all of them. Reed knows that there's a meditation pond by the central meeting hall, as well as a smith that provides the weapons that this particular monastery focuses on, because it is, at the end of the day, a monastery that focuses on the use of weapons. Grandmaster Amaris, obviously setting it down an airship is not a stealthy affair, so whenever you strode through the gates, Grandmaster Amaris was already waiting, his face breaking out into a wide grin as you approached Reed. Grandmaster Amaris was always not quite... He was never very stern, I guess you could say. Despite the fact that he is the founder of this order and an extremely old elf. He never really acted like he was the Grand Master, or acted like his station was in any way higher than anyone, certainly not the masters, and certainly not even the initiates for the most part. While they did, everyone knows to duly give him honor, and basically do what he says. He was never unreasonable, and he always just been a very kind person. Probably even more so than Master Fenris. I don't know how stern you had Master Fenris in your head.
I kind of saw him as more of the strict one, but strict, because he needs to be.
Well, he does need to be, because the Grandmaster is not.
Yeah. But,
You stand before him, and, as he sort of beams a broad smile at you, says, "Young Master Underbow, it is good to see you again. How long have you been gone?"
well, it's been well over, a year at this point?
Yes.
But, Reed will start off, of course, by bowing. Grandmaster Amaris, it is good to see you and the monastery again. And he's also going to pull and hold out the dagger that he gave to Bruce to show that he was trustworthy. You mentioned that he sent him a dagger with Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to hold it back out to him to give it back.
Grandmaster Amaris sort of bows formally as well, returning it. Not quite as deep a bow, understandably, but after doing so, he sort of takes the dagger and looks at it and says, "Huh, I barely even remember this thing." As he just kind of chuckles and pats you on the side. Got shit all over my bottle opener.
Probably.
But I have to ask, what brings such a large and diverse party to the monastery? Not that we're unwelcoming, we're more than happy to find accommodations, food, anything that you need, medical attention for each and every one of you. But I always imagined you coming back yourself, Master Underbow.
Well, it was nothing too urgent, but we happened to find ourselves on this path on our way, on our journey, as we needed supplies.
Alright. Master Fenris, you can see, sort of slowly makes his way across the central ring, coming up to stand just behind Grandmaster Amaris on his, just basically on his left side behind him. Master Fenris is old as well. Probably about the same age as Grandmaster Amaris, an elf of significantly advanced years. He stands a lot more rigidly. His face doesn't really break into a into the sort of wide grin that Grandmaster Amaris did. He instead sort of bows very formally as well.
And of course, Reed will return it. Master Fenris, it is an honor to see you again.
I would also bow. Oh, and Adelaide's here, by the way. She's not on the map.
And well then, I suppose I should introduce my companions who are with me. They will be staying here for now while we prepare for the next leg of our journey. And Reed will go through and introduce everyone.
Well, introduce us. Go ahead.
Oh,
Since
do
you
I
did.
ha- uh, so this is Lord Sarasenyo. Gonna say that just because I know it bugs you. From the Ile de Royhan in the seas. We have Karakwa, who has been with us as the bearer of the, or is it Flame Herald?
Yes.
The Flame Herald.
Been with you seems generous.
Aruna here we met during our time at meeting the Silver Dragons.
Runa's not here. Tommy's dead to us.
We also have Venta, who also hails from the Ile de Royhan. He has joined us recently.
I wave.
Roll the wave. Can you wave better than a brain dead half-orc?
Fuck, no.
Nope.
As well as Henley, who is on. You can't do that, goddammit!
Can't do what?
As
Tell me
well
what I
as
can't.
Calling your
Henley
piece of shit.
and Alakul, and Reach is gonna kind of drift off with them.
And of course, I'm sure I need no introduction, as Adelaide sort of walks up and offers her hand.
Ah, yes, of course. This is Hildy.
I immediately apologize.
To apologize.
Like I actually kind of play defense here. I don't want her getting past me.
Oh, and of course they already know
Or-
Bruce.
Yeah.
They knew him before we did.
Bruce!
Mr. Almighty himself.
I see.
I mean, look at that pillar.
She sort of marches forward quite imperiously, almost offended that you didn't start with her.
I'm kind of offended that you scoffed at me.
I was gonna say, we all got, like, a sentence or two, and Headley got hand waved. Rude.
This is Henley. He is.
He's an OG.
He exists.
Yeah, he's also apparently undead.
Of all
and I was unaware of
this,
that.
I'd say this is Henley. Of all the people that have been born, he is one of them.
Well, Lou, if it makes you feel better, I was brought back to life by a god.
I forgot that was a thing.
Does that make it better or worse?
I don't know. It's up to him.
Depends
I
on
mean, the same thing could be said about Klaus. Just saying.
There's
That's the whole thing, is that Reed was
He was
able
really
to
alive.
be completely oblivious to the undead until they started just being like, yeah, hey, by the way, did you know we were undead?
Well, I'm not gonna let you disrespect Alec Cool for no reason. I don't see an issue with him.
bugs are people too.
Anyway,
Also, could you say that Klaus was ever really alive? Are the gays ever really alive?
Oh no,
I mean, I'm not ginger.
Connor, you're
I just want
canceled.
to point out that is now on record. That has now been
You're
recorded.
canceled, Connor.
Connor's half gay. He can say it.
It's true.
He can only say half of it though.
Half gay, half ginger. I have 1/4 of a soul. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, it's multiplicative and not additive?
Everyone knows that Connor's half bitch, but he smells like a full bitch.
Damn.
Adelaide almost looks confused for a moment as you call her Hildy again. Oh yes, right.
Yes, Hildy.
Well, it is lovely to come to your very fine monastery. I've heard a great deal of these orders from my father. I say that this monastery is the closest to home. My home is...
I hope you will enjoy your humble visit here.
Well, I hear wonderful things, Grandmaster Amaris. I hope to be impressed by what this monastery has to offer.
I'm kinda. Why would they need to impress you, Hildy? You know?
Because she's part of our group and she wants to be impressed.
Well, Master Reed, Bruce.
Is Reed a master?
He's technically not a master.
I'm really just an initiate, but
He's a young master. Is basically is more. He's slightly higher than an initiate, but not a master. He'd be like a senior initiate.
no, I can't say it.
Say it. Say it, coward.
I'm a senpai.
I kind of wish you didn't say
Everybody-
it.
Exactly.
I wasn't sure that's what you were going for.
Whenever you say senpai, everybody in the courtyard turns to notice you.
I tried to roll initiative and the Foundry told me I couldn't.
Master Fenris uses stunning strike on you. What? Well,
Anyway.
I am.
No, I failed my save for the terrible joke. Bruce falls to the floor.
Grandmaster Maris sort of says, well, each of you is most welcome to be here, and we're happy to have you. We'll offer you any supplies that we can muster, and of course the hospitality of this monastery. It's always nice to have strange but friendly faces join our ranks, even if it's but for a moment. I do so love to learn of the stories that each person has to tell. But Master Fenris also, behind him, he goes, of course. Well, young Master Reed, Bruce, we might speak a bit more of the matters that have been brought to our attention regarding the well,
But of course,
the
Master
snakes in your
Fenris.
dog.
yes, I think it would be prudent to speak on that. Perhaps the rest of your party could, well, if they wish, they could spar in the training grounds, or they could go to the dining hall and have a bit of a meal if they're peckish. If they're more seeking enrichment of the soul, they could visit the meditation pond, or I suppose if they need anything repaired or worked on, the blacksmiths don't have very much to do these days. Our weapons are tip-top order, and well, we haven't had need for repairs lately.
Of course, let's talk about these matters over a cup of tea.
Of course. Would you like to join us in the central meeting chamber?
Is Master Amaris coming too, or is it just...
They're all gonna go.
okay.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
We'll just stand here. It's fine.
I mean, y'all, like I said,
He said you
I
guys
just
could
gave
go
you
around, you know?
options of what you can do. You can.
I'm gonna go to the meditation pond.
Right, the meditation.
Bento would
pond.
also go to the meditation
I
pond.
know how much you have.
I don't want to go to the meditation pond now. I'm kidding. I go to the meditation pond.
You can pee in it.
Man.
I gotta say, pissing in a monastic meditation pond.
Monastic.
Thank you. Monastic meditation pond. If that's not on somebody's bucket list here, then you're doing it wrong. We're all fucking up.
Does that seem like the type of thing you would do for people, the hosts that are courteously showing you hospitality?
Have you met Nick? I'm just saying.
Silence.
No, I don't know who that is. You're talking about Tommy's friend, right?
Good answer. Tommy has friends? I thought he just had charity.
I thought we were our friends.
Word.
Tommy doesn't have any friends.
Charity's like friends.
Charity is forcing friends to be friendly with you through guilt, realistically.
That's a strong take.
Shut up, Connor. Alright. Does anybody else have anywhere in particular they would like to go? Aruna says, my face is tired. I'm gonna go lay down in the dormitory and take a nap.
Nice.
Wow.
Hello, Mr. Orc. Is the dormitory through here? He just sort of grunts and she says, I'm tired. Good day.
Wow. I thought
It's
Tommy.
better when Colin just plays our characters.
I thought Tommy wasn't here.
Can
I didn't think he was here, but wow, I guess he must be at Colin's house or something. That's crazy, bro.
can you say what are you doing, step orc, in that voice, please?
Oh, Jesus.
What are you? Oh no, this bed is undone. As she bends over and starts making the bed up, but suddenly she sort of trips and her hands get tangled in the sheets. And she says, Brother Orc, can you come help free me from these sheets? And then a porno happens. It's called Monk Spunk.
Oh no.
What the?
Alright, that's it. Game's over. Have a good Thursday or Sunday.
I
Well,
didn't
Lou
think
did
monks
this.
were allowed to spunk. That's a little crazy, bro.
Alec Cool is going to go and spar with these people.
Is he gonna spar with the
I,
guards?
Guard spar.
Oh, my
Feldspar.
God.
I'm gonna hang out with Adelaide.
Oh, I don't know about you. That food on the ship. I bet there's some good grub here, so I'm heading there.
Alright.
Is Karaqua exclusively a carnivore?
No,
Are they?
but it is preferred.
Alright, you'll stay with Adelaide. She's like,
He's a druid. He's eating a pine cone or two.
watching this, she's,
Don't
after they all
judge.
sort of disperse to go do their things, she says, can you believe that people live like this?
By choice, even.
Where's the second story?
Oy.
Even our ship has two stories. Come
Even
on.
the ship has multiple decks. Oh my god.
These people have.
There's not even paved streets!
I don't think there's streets at all. Paved or no. It's kind of like a walkway. But these people have chosen to live their lives for a particular cause or belief.
That seems very stupid.
Oh my god, I can't wait for her to go to my home.
Shit.
Like, why would you choose to live this way?
I feel that I'm not the one to answer that question.
Well, I thought I was trying not to offend anybody, and it seems offensive to walk up to someone and say that the life they're living is stupid, even though it is quite silly.
Actually, to be honest, Ito would look at her and be kind of impressed. That is true. That would be very rude. You should not do that. But I did want to talk to her about if I can't remember if it was ever brought up, but if I recall, before the combat happened, you had stated that she was quite upset, and I never figured out what it was.
A
I know it's technically been like
while.
X amount of time, yeah.
She was indeed upset. So if you want to, you can talk to her about it. She has not been quite as upset over the past week. You were surprised because, telling her that, her dad was assassinated really didn't faze her that much. And she wasn't happy about it, but she nodded her head and accepted it as what is realistically a reality of that sort of life. But if you want to, you can talk to her.
Yeah. I will, I don't know, maybe walk the perimeter.
Alright.
See more of these simple people and how they live their lives.
Would you like to walk the perimeter inside or outside?
Boy, that's a loaded question if ever I've heard one.
Well, the inside doesn't have much of a perimeter.
We will walk outside.
Alright. Roll initiative. 30,000 wolves attack you as soon as you pass right through the gate.
God.
You walk with her, strolling out. It's a beautiful landscape, although it's surprisingly, despite the fact that you're in the heart of August, there's almost like a faint. It's not cold, but it looks like it's just ready to be chilly. In the early morning lights, unusually cold. The grounds beneath you are well kept, and despite the fact that there are many places in the Vergilt Plains that can be kind of rocky and covered in sort of scrubby lands, this has got lush grass and large trees. You can see outside of the actual monastery itself, there are like auxiliary buildings and things like that, sheds and a couple of living quarters for people that aren't monks, but they serve, purposes, things like wainwrights and carpenters and the like. But we will get to your stroll later. Meanwhile, we're getting back to monk spunk because that was getting hot.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Kinsei BJ2, Gooey Boogaloo.
Karakwa,
Cody, I'm gonna need you to never make that sound ever again.
What?
you walk into the dining room and see it is, at this point, it's between meals, so it's largely kind of empty. There is the tables themselves are like pristine. It looks like they've been scrubbed and dutifully cleaned. It's very, I don't know, Spartan, utilitarian. There's
Sure.
no adornments. It's just simple tables and benches. It's very basic. Low tables and low benches. The only person here currently is what appears to be a young initiate who is seated in the corner. He has what appears to be a large, bucket of, looks like scraps of food, peels essentially. He's
Potato peeler.
yeah, he's not just peeling, potatoes. He's got a large assortment of vegetables that he's peeling. Some of them, not the type of vegetable you would expect to be peeled. He's even got a couple of, you see zucchinis off to the side, that he's in the process of peeling, sort of muttering to himself, shaking his head.
Peeling zucchini. Is that
Yeah.
a thing? I guess that's fair. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't eat a ton of zucchini.
Dude,
But-
zucchini's delicious.
I mean, yeah, it is. I was just,
I fucking hate
never really
squash and
thought of-
zucchini.
I don't like squash. I'm gonna be honest. Not a
I like
squash.
both.
Oh yeah? Well, you'll hate it when I squash these nuts against your chin.
I hate Colin.
Why? Brinks instead of answering question.
I will say your portent dice is a 3 today.
I think that drinks
Mine
instead of answers
or
question-
the groups?
The groups.
I think
Okay.
drinks instead of answers question is Colin's default setting. When you
You
don't
know
make
what?
the choice,
Roll an insight check on him.
Before I do, I just want you to know, Laura has asked me many times over the past few days, why did Colin ask you what your favorite kind of hot dog was? And I just tell her, Laura,
Mind your damn business.
I can't answer that. It's Colin.
quiet woman.
He's like bacon, but on a different level.
I was trying to determine
Colin is
your
bacon ascended.
alignment. based on what hot dog choice you make.
Because Laura has said about Bacon, I can't consider Bacon a human being
Well,
because of the way he acts.
bacon is a pork product, so that's probably a wise choice.
Bacon.
You know damn well what I'm talking about, Colin.
Yeah, he's a pork product, so
Insight, you said, yeah?
yes.
Okay. Let's see. Wow. That's
You
a
can
25.
see he is resolutely trying to be stoic. But just looking at him, you can see it looks like he's nicked the tip of his fingers with the knife. There's not like blood all into things, but they don't look. It looks like it'd probably be a little bit uncomfortable. Also, despite the fact that he's trying to remain stoic, you can see like seething annoyance just beneath the surface. I mean, he's way too young to be going bald, but he's a very young initiate. Probably a position Reed may have been in. I don't know how disobedient Reed was, but he's got just a seething anger on his face. You can almost see fumes rising up from him.
I take a step forward, and I notice the nick on his finger and his frustration, and I say, "Is everything okay?"
His eyes sort of snap at you and he says, "Fine."
He's not at all surprised to see that there's someone who's very clearly not from here.
He doesn't seem like he cares that much, honestly.
Is it... Do you want me to help you with that cut on your finger?
Oh no, don't do that. It's probably against the rules.
Why would that be against the rules?
I'm sure it's just here to make me suffer, just like everything else about this place.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Of course you wouldn't. What are you? A new initiate? Aren't you a little bit old?
Visiting.
Oh, well, don't step out of line too much. You might end up fucking peeling potatoes just like me.
What a way to go.
What grievance did you call to deserve your current fate?
He said, I pissed in the meditation pond. Don't do it.
I filmed Monk 3 without permission.
He says, give me just a basic charisma check.
To avoid the piss.
Colin needs a second to think about
5.
the punishment.
Not very good at those.
Are you a narc?
Oh my! I would watch Gumshoe Karakwa. Let's go. Fuck this gay campaign.
I look at myself. I am a lizard folk.
I like that. That's a complete sentence.
Look, I'm not giving up the name of the people of my friends, right? I'm not giving it up. So you can tell Grandmaster Amaris and Master Fenris that it doesn't matter. I can peel the entire fucking monastery worth of potatoes. I'm not telling them who I was with.
That's
like a group?
very well and good, but I'm going to be honest with you. I've only met them for about 5 seconds, so...
Yeah, I bet you could tell.
Merely am concerned with your well-being. Forgive me if I have disturbed you.
I bet you can tell the real dicks. Grandmaster Amaris, he tries to be all friendly, but I see how he can be.
Would you or would you not care for some assistance in your plight?
He, sort of nervously.
I am not trying to impede you in any way. I promise.
He like nervously looks at the door. And
I
he
close it behind me.
He like says,
Oh, this is getting sexy again, and I don't like it.
Month
he-
4 coming
he-
up, baby.
He reaches down into the thing of potatoes. Oh no, my hands are stuck in the potatoes.
God damn it!
Oh no. Monk Spunk 2, bumping cloacas.
No, it's pulling the spud.
All right, you close the door. He says, "I mean, I wouldn't say no to help. That's for sure."
Hand me your hand.
Oh no, this is getting sexy. He like nervously like reaches out your hand. His eyes narrowing. Like, what's he gonna do? What's this gonna mean?
I just very easily cast a small cure wounds to help close up the cut on his hand.
Right. The cuts
And to stop
made
the bleeding.
in his haste over and annoyance over having to peel these various tubers and vegetables are knitted closed. And you can see he does sigh a little bit with relief. Well,
I look at his knife that he's using. Is it dull or is it?
actually,
Sharp.
it's incredibly sharp.
Hmm.
I love the idea
Pristinely
of someone
honed.
trying to like pragmatically help this poor lad.
Look, I reach into my robe and pull out a knife that is more suited for something like this. It doesn't need to be this sharp. I pull out one that says something not as sharp would make this easier.
Well, an
It would
entire
glide too easily across the vegetables.
one of those apple cores. You just set it up in the corner and put it on, just start spinning it.
Just hands him a slap chop.
Yeah, thanks.
Also show him how to properly hold it. It's not the first time I've had to do something like this either.
All right, Monk Spunk 3, ghost in it.
This is Monk Spud 3.
He says, thanks. I didn't catch your name.
Rockwell. Yours?
Sean.
Why are you laughing, Connor? Connor, why are you laughing?
Is that name not fantasy weeb enough? Sean Farroth.
Nick, you might as well just leave. You've missed too much.
Sean's
Okay.
my name.
Sean.
But he says he kind of motions for the to sort of pull the bench down and sit on it as the two of you begin peeling potatoes and various other tubers and other
Shit.
vegetables. At first, the time spent peeling is in silence. But after a while, he does start to talk to you a little bit more. Initially, he keeps looking like nervously at the door, expecting that probably one of the masters is gonna bust in and get him in trouble for getting help with what is clearly a punishment of some sort. But after it doesn't happen immediately, or even after a few minutes, he starts to talk a little bit more. You quickly realize, as many of his, and perhaps to your benefit, as many people of his young age are apt to do, he talks a lot about himself, as he continues peeling, and you can see why he probably nicked his fingers, as he is a little bit sloppy about the way he does it, idly sort of keeping his mind elsewhere as he digs through the large mass of root vegetables at his feet, putting the sort of tossing the peels into a trash bucket and the cleaned vegetables into another one.
It is good to just listen sometimes. Someone that needs to air out some problems. Just sit and listen.
Yes, it seems one of the things he kind of focuses on, he talks about, wow, at least you came here by choice. My family left me on the freaking doorstep when I was a kid.
How long have you been here then? How old does this kid look?
He's probably...
Is he human?
He's human. He's probably like maybe 14. I've been here for 8 years. You know what's sad is I could remember my life before I came here.
Do you miss it?
I don't miss being hungry. Still, I kind of wish they'd just dropped me off when I was a baby. At least then I wouldn't remember what it was like to not live surrounded by 4 walls. Freaking barely any women.
We gotta keep Adelaide away from this person, or this particular session is gonna go awry.
Just to bring you into the loop, Nick, they've decided to choose.
No, hang on.
No.
You have to discover Monk Spunk 7 organically. It can't just be told to you. You have to earn.
Alec Cool did hear Aruna saying that her arms were stuck in the bed sheets. They needed a monk to come help her. But
What are you
Monk,
doing?
I'm stuck
Monk?
bent over in the potato peel bucket. Could you please come help me?
basically,
Yeah, that was Monk Spunk 3.
What are you doing, Step Monk?
But he's clearly young, dumb, and full of kapla. Coming from my Star Trek musical rich for his pleasure. But the guy really starts to
that
open
actually
up
gave
to
me
you.
a.
Now wait till you hear about the Jonathan Frakes solo called "Take Her to the Trombone Zone." He peels his potatoes and he opens up to you. The sort of kind of petty frustrations of youth, especially a youth that lives in a relatively strict surrounding. You still haven't got to the bottom of why he's here, though, the exact nature of it.
It's fine for now.
But we
can
will
ask him
move
later.
on
Oh my gosh.
to a different vignette. Well, I guess we'll figure out what Nick is planning to do, perhaps. Alec, cool, whenever you came here, Grandmaster Amaris and his sort of right-hand man, Master Fenris, greeted you and offered you basically like, hey, the hospitality of the monastery is at your disposal. We're going to go talk with Bruce and Reed about stuff that's going on in the monastery, which is obviously going to be the Onyx Serpents monks, but beyond that, the monastery is basically up to you to go to. You saw towards the center here, there's a large sparring ring where there are monks that are fighting. There's a dining hall over here. There's a meditation pond up here. There is a blacksmith with very good blacksmiths up here that you learned have lately been quite bored because their weapons don't really fall into disrepair, and they don't really, as a weapon-focused order, they're clearly going to have blacksmiths and pretty well-trained blacksmiths, but for the most part, their weapons are fine. The blacksmith has been pretty bored. There are also buildings outside of the monastery that are, but it's not like a full town. They're mostly like auxiliary buildings for like carpenters and like Wainwrights and that sort of thing. Coopers, various tradesmen that work with the monastery.
Nick, I have a question. If prompted, do you think Alakul would piss in the meditation pond?
No.
Can
I'm
bugs
surprised.
piss?
Did you say can bugs kiss?
Piss.
And
Piss.
I mean, theoretically, but does a vampire have to? He's undead. He doesn't have to drink. Or does he
blood
need
takes
blood?
fluid.
Wait,
he drinks his
shut
own
up.
pee blood!
I'm googling if insects urinate.
Yes, because wasps pee.
No. They cannot afford to lose much water when they eliminate waste in their bodies and thus do not urinate.
Wasps
Bees don't
expel
urinate.
water.
I think we found out what Rick's persona is.
But hang on, is Max
Not a
implying
bee.
Not
Rick
a
loves
that,
golden
yellow
showers.
jacket.
that vampires evaporate their liquid intake?
No, they
I
pee
don't know, I thought
blood
it just
up into their
like-
mouth, so it's a constant cycle.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, because have you ever seen a vampire pee?
I mean, I've never seen a vampire in real life, so I couldn't tell you if they pee or not. All I've ever seen them on is on fucking Western propaganda media. And obviously they wouldn't portray vampires as peeing in media because they don't want you to believe that vampires pee because it's propaganda. They want the vampires to seem stronger than they actually are.
He's got a point.
That's the mainstream media lying to you about vampires.
Where did everyone else go? Because I can't. Everything's black.
Buddy,
on
we
black.
don't know.
Venta and Henley went up towards the pond. Karako went to the dining hall. Aruna went to go take a nap because Tommy's not going to be here. Reed and Bruce went to the central meeting hall that's like up here. Adelaide and Ito went for a walk outside.
Okay. I guess I'll just go to the blacksmith then. Said it was up.
Yep.
That way.
The cracksmith.
Hell yeah.
Alright. You make your way up towards the blacksmith area, and you're kind of, surprised that you don't hear the dull sort of tink, 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 tink of a blacksmith working away. As you generally when you go to a blacksmith, you at least hear the sound of fires roaring,
They're
sound
working.
of
You mean?
someone doing work. There is a blacksmith here, but he is sort of just quietly looking over swords, somewhat surly look on his face. He lifts one sword up and draws. It's a very plain, but it's a basic looking sword, but very functional as he pulls it away and inspects the blade and kind of shakes his head and says, I sharpen this one more time, it's not gonna have a fucking blade left at all. As he sort of pushes his thumb against the edge, and you can see he runs it down and sort of shake the edge and shakes his head and resheathes it.
Looking for something to do then?
The hell are you?
What am I?
You're not one of the monks that I've seen around here, that's for sure.
I'm with the halfling that just came in.
Which one?
Nick doesn't even know
Reed?
his name.
I can't say I've seen a halfling come in very lately. Not that I've
We
seen
came
much
in
of
on
anything.
we came in on the airship. I'm just visiting.
Oh, you were on the airship. There's a little
Yeah,
bit of a
yeah.
buzz around the monks.
Yeah, so not something that you see every day.
You
so
don't have-
I imagine.
Does anybody in the airship need work done? I can make a lot of things. Weapons, nails, horseshoes,
Well,
trinkets, baubles.
I mean,
I'll do anything, just... There's nothing to do right now.
Well, I mean, if you'd like, you can sharpen my weapons. I don't. If you need something to do right now, I could also speak to the ship's captain and see if she needed any nails or any work done for the ship.
Of course, I'd be more than happy to sharpen your blade. He even pulls out one of the swords and holds it out to you. Check the edge yourself. You'll not find a better edge on any sword within this half of the Vergilt Plains.
I take it and I check it.
It's sharp. It is indeed sharp.
Well, I mean, as long as it'll cut, looks good to me. So
Right.
I hand him my Mantis claw, and I hand him my two Thrycreen double daggers.
Unusual blades, to be sure.
I made this bigger one, with some help.
This fine quality blade. Got some talent.
I think it's mostly luck.
He happily takes them over here to his sharpening wheel, like boo 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 boo. Starts sharpening it.
Oh, what was that sound again?
Uses.
Have you never heard of blade sharpening before,
Boo,
Cody?
boo, boo, boo. He begins using a small like foot pedal that causes the stone to begin to turn as he presses the blade up against it, and you hear the shearing sound as he expertly pushes the blade over the stone, sharpening it to a fine hone. Both your sword and the double daggers. And he hands them back to you after a couple of moments. A job well done. You'll have to remember it, but you have +1 damage with those weapons for this game.
Time to just kill this guy with the +1 damage.
Now you don't need to worry about your boredom.
And well, if you're not doing anything, clearly, you're more than welcome to walk with me to the airship. Maybe Captain Nipsey can find something for you to do. I'm sure she would really appreciate it. She's a fine craftsperson herself.
Well, I'm always happy to speak with another craftsperson. It would be a nice break. As he sort of grabs a piece of parchment and writes down, like, basically out to lunch. Sets it on the table nearby and says,
Fuck you, Master Amaris, and stabs into the table.
Theola. If they need something repaired or fixed, it'll be here whenever I get back.
Yeah.
Right. And he is going to turn and follow you to the airship, happily.
Hell yeah.
Alright. At the meditation pond, Benta and Henley,
Yeah.
you can see there are beautiful trees that rise up the ground with covered in sort of pinkish white petals. Beneath the surface, brightly colored fish move to and fro, their skin just catching the light beneath the surface of the water. They sit in a school before rapidly darting away as you see a slightly larger animal, an eel, that swims through the pond. This eel is like stark white, and you can see its eyes are clouded over as it slowly makes its way through the pond. A woman, older, probably maybe late 50s or early 60s, sits on a rock in the middle of the pond. Her legs crossed one over the other, her eyes closed slightly. There's a stillness, a silence in the air, nothing but the sound of the wind, the occasional sloshing of a fish sort of jumping or moving through the water. It's peaceful. It's very calm. It's the perfect place for meditation, essentially. It's like that's what it was made for.
I sit down and I concentrate on the beast within me.
Right. What are you doing, Venta?
I wish to meditate, and I wish to maybe see what I can. I want to meditate on that dream we had. The dream where I met that woman by the altar, and then I started to get sick. I want to see if I can revisit that anyway, and see if I can learn anything that I may have. Well, maybe not may have missed, but like I don't know, just anything new, like anything about the nature of this curse, this illness.
You close your eyes, each of you turning inwards, searching the depths of yourself, hoping to find a voice from within. But despite your best efforts, every now and then the stillness of this landscape is broken faintly by just the occasional sort of quiet cough from Venta. Something that would oftentimes be nearly unnoticeable, but in this setting, it's like it's almost like a dagger.
You talking to me or Mac? Sorry.
Both of you. Venta is coughing though, every now and then.
I'm sorry.
You said it's like a dagger?
I mean, I was describing it as normally it's a very it'd be the type of cough you wouldn't notice, but in this very quiet, peaceful setting, every cough is like a dagger. It's like a stab through the air. It's punctuation. It's particularly keen and profound. Not an actual dagger, obviously. It's metaphor.
I'm gonna summon Steinritter, the boar within me.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to go like kind of lay down with Venta and like have it like rest its head in his lap and see if it helps him.
All right.
That's really nice.
The massive, shaggy, black boar is basically, I mean, it's basically formed from Henley's cloak, reincorporating into its natural form, essentially. So whenever you manifest the boar, you lose your cloak, but it manifests as the boar. But it goes and it lays its head in your lap, and you're surprised. I don't know if you've ever been around a boar of that size and strength. Its head is fucking heavy. It's muscle and bone and tusk. And yet at the same time, it's warm and even a little bit reassuring. The occasional snort from its nose is but you can see, Henley, roll an animal handling check with advantage.
A 12.
I mean, that's not bad. The boar is the way it snorts and kind of wrinkles its nose, and it almost seems to rankle as if it's smelling something bad or wrong. Something that you haven't really been able to sense, but it seems to sense something that is wrong.
And I can feel that you.
you can notice it. You can sort of feel it through it, as it continues to sort of sniff, and snort Venta. Your connection with the beast, this beast in particular, gives you a thought, just a faint, piercing thought. It's not a word, more of an inclination, rot and disease.
Colin, these are actual cherry blossoms, right?
Yes.
How you guys enjoying the monastery?
They found disease, blacksmiths, and a petulant child that's unhappy about his position.
I'm gonna.
Aqua and the child are gonna sleep together.
I have like a.
No.
He's 14.
Colin, I have a bowl on me of some sort, right? Like in my bag.
Yeah, I imagine there's something.
I want to see if I can get a bowl of the water, and I'm gonna take some of the cherry blossoms. I kind of want to smash them in my hands to release the aromasaur and put them in it, and then put it around Venta to see if like the natural aromas and stuff will somehow help soothe it. Because I assume that this place is like sacred. I must have some sort of healing property to it naturally in nature.
Meditative.
Yeah.
You can roll a medicine check.
What you need to get is to give him heroin.
Ooh, a great gift.
An 11.
You begin. You get some water and some of the cast-off cherry blossom petals, and taking the bowl, you mix them together and realize you don't know if this will do anything or not. There's not. If there could very well be a medicinal property. Maybe there's some sort of sacred magic property to this. You don't feel one, but who knows? But currently, you're just giving him basically pond water and flower petals, essentially. Whenever you give it to him.
They have a scent.
They do have a scent.
He's trying them homeopathic recipes.
I mean, yeah, I'm from a nature village. What the fuck else would I do?
Unfortunately, Henley, it doesn't really make you feel any better, and it doesn't alleviate the cough.
I wonder, what are the
Your friend,
cherry blossoms are intentionally magical. Alright, website.
Your friend is so loud he could wake the dead.
Is that the lady tells me?
Yes, she hasn't opened her eyes. She merely remains sitting on the rock with her legs crossed, her breathing now not quite as shallow and slow.
I assume you mean, like, astrally loud and not physically?
No, I mean both.
Oh.
I look at her and I say, "Is that why you stirred now?"
No, whenever you started coughing, I stirred. But I only felt like saying something about it now because I hoped you would at some point shut up.
Got him.
I mean, he's sick, he can't really do anything about it.
I mean,
Just quit being sick, bro.
with a face like that, I'd be sick too.
Well, that's not very nice.
Damn. Drown yourself in the pond. Jump in the...
Cover my face. She doesn't know what I look like.
Jump,
Holy shit, are you a monk? Can I, like, put a formal complaint?
jump into the pond for that burn. But she doesn't actually say that. It was just me being an asshole.
Is Rick about to? I was about to say, is Rick about to Karen for me? I was like, oh my god.
She sighs and sort of gets up from her rock and easily sort of leaps across the pond. Let me get a good look at you. She leans over you, Venta, almost intimidatingly, She, despite the fact that she is older and quite diminutive, she's probably
that.
no taller than maybe 5 feet, 5'1". I imagine you would actually tower over her. There's something
Ben
almost
is not super tall, but yeah.
intimidating about her, as she sort of leers over you while you sit on the ground. All right, let me get a good look at you. And as she does so, she reaches down to her belt and she pulls off, basically she pulls down like a mask from her belt, and begins looking you over. She's gonna make a medicine check. Pretty good, actually. Well, there is definitely something plaguing you. How long
What
have
can
you
you
had
tell
this
about it?
disease?
6 years.
Do you know the cause of it? As she actually sort of begins running her hands over, like sort of over your back, essentially.
Colin, do I know that the woman at the altar is where it came from?
Not for surezies, although the dream has kind of made you, like, suspect a little bit.
I might know, but I'm not sure.
Very odd. Well, I can see if I can do something. As she sort of closes her eyes and you can feel warmth begin to spread through her hands as she sort of even mutters, "You're quite lucky, really, that I even hear it all."
Thank you.
Normally my particular brand of monk, we don't call this our home.
Where are you normally from?
That's vaguely cherry blossomy. Good enough.
I like it.
Well, I come all the way from the Grunwald Forest. My order is quite small. We focus on the properties of healing and the like, and servicing the community as best as we can through our various healing abilities. Harvesting plants of the forest to make poultices and potions and the like. That is what we do. You can see she actually reaches down to her belt, and now you can see she pulls out something that was a very small emblem that was attached by beads. She holds it up. You can see there is like an emblem that it looks like it's made of wood, but it is studded with what appears to be like a ruby snake.
Interesting. I ask her, where's that from?
It is a mark of the masters of the Monastery of the Ruby Serpent.
Are you a master of a monastery of Ruby Serpent?
I would not have it were I not. Indeed, I only visit this monastery because there are certain irregularities that have risen up within our monastery over the past couple of years. Our correspondences with the other monasteries showed that there may have been others of the like experiencing similar problems, and I was sent by my matron to speak with Grandmaster Amaris and the others about these irregularities. But alas, it seems you don't. As she uses her key to try to heal you, it unfortunately does not work.
Can I assist her?
Yeah.
I mean, she's not making a check. She's just spending key to try to do it.
Oh, okay.
And it's. I tell her I think I'm gonna need more than one monk's
I can heal
help.
I can heal grievous wounds, that's for sure. But this is a disease that is... well, it is out of the ordinary, to be sure. I apologize.
It's okay.
And for snapping at you as well, you did not deserve that. I was lost in my thoughts. It was wrong of me to be annoyed.
It really is quite alright.
She sighs and she tried dumping key points into you, but did not work, unfortunately.
As with most magic.
It's definitely not natural. That being said, hey, it's a new monk. Bella, I think it's about time for you to join us. As all of a sudden the door opens up. Grandmaster Amaris has his head sort of stuck out, motioning for the Way of the Mercy monk to join them. She nods her head. Well, I wish you good luck. I hope whatever illness plagues you, that you one day find a cure.
Thank you. To find the cure. That's why I'm so far from home.
I asked if there's anything I can do to help him along while she's not here. Like if it happens in the future, like it's a flare up or something.
While the underlying cause can't be taken care of, the symptoms can of course be treated. That cough can be handled with tea and honey and the like. Any pains that he has? Do you have pains? And you do Venta every now and then.
In my chest.
I
cannot breathe.
I would suggest a tea with a mixture of honey and alum and a little bit of allspice. The bark of a willow tree as well will suffice.
That doesn't sound too bad.
They should at least, the very least, treat the symptoms if they don't cure the underlying disease.
Okay. So honey, tea, and the bark of a willow tree?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see if I can get some of that for him then.
I mean, that it's basically tea and honey and aspirin, essentially.
Alright.
She bids you farewell, and she heads inside. Going to take a seat. It's kind of like she's sitting on a cushion. Alright. Read. Bruce.
Yes.
Boy.
Grandmaster, you sit around a ring you're very familiar with. This is essentially the ring under which tests are done. It's basically like a sparring ring where it'd be like where monks go up from like white belt to yellow belt to the various different stages of their monk journey to check their progress. You've seen people, I mean, as brutal as it is, you've seen, nobody's ever died in this ring, but Reed, in your time, you saw people nearly beat to death during these combats. They're not light undertakings, but that is the sort of thing that is... I mean, at the same time, they're not brutal, they're not excessive, but oftentimes these fights, they're not simple sparring matches, essentially. They're real fights. And as I said, no one's ever died in them, but there have been some pretty significant injuries.
Do they like first blood or something?
It's not first blood. It is until someone can't continue fighting. Or someone gives up. It is possible to just give up, but as far as that's exceedingly rare because no monk would just tap out. They're going to keep fighting for honor, for pride, to rise through the ranks, to test themselves, to show what they've learned. Indeed, even though Master Fenris was a master by the time you got here, you likely heard about his fight in this ring. A fight against Grandmaster Amaris himself. A fight that he firmly lost, but availed himself so well in combat that he was given the rank of Master. It's not always about who wins, necessarily. Indeed, the final test of rising to Master is to face Grandmaster Amaris. No one's ever beat Grandmaster Amaris, but people have shown themselves to be capable fighters worthy of the title of Master. That's how people move up here. It is a combat-based monk order.
Right.
But there are simple pillows arrayed around the edge where many times spectators would sit and watch. Grandmaster Amaris sits in his large chair. His chair, unlike the pillows, his chair doesn't actually have any cushioning at all. It's stark and severe and rough. Master Fenris sits next to him, and despite Grandmaster Amaris's jovial nature, his face is quite serious, actually matching Master Fenris's, the broad, wide smile that you saw no more than 15-20 minutes ago, no longer there. His eyes no longer just like glittering brightly at your return. He is business now, as he sort of leans in and says, well, I imagine I don't have to tell you why we're all gathered here right now. I think you're smart enough to know that for yourselves. We have...
Beyond serpents.
He nods his head. It has been a problem. After I received word of this infiltration into other monasteries, I sent out missives, sent out scouts. He nods his head to you, sort of Bruce. I had people out looking. This master, or of the Ruby Serpents, came here after receiving a message from myself. It seems that she also noticed problems within her monastery, and unfortunately, from what I can tell, most of her monastery was wiped out by them. Would you say that's right, Mistress Layla? As she just kind of grimly nods her head.
How'd they do this?
Her eyes sort of furrow as she says, "They hit us in the night. We had been ordered to evacuate, you see. Everybody was leaving. A threat to the north, and my Grand Master had sent some out to ride to the south to gather those who could, I don't know, not move, who were perhaps too sick to leave, to do what we could to either aid them and heal them, or see that they peacefully passed if it came to that. I myself was one of them. Whenever I returned to the Ruby Serpent Monastery, I went to find Mistress Anthondam, and it was quiet. I thought they had just evacuated. It had been ordered, as far as we could tell. The northern coast was emptying out, and our services were being called for more and more here within the Vergild Plains. But I went to her, and she was brutalized.
You have our condolences. Only we
It's
were
a terrible thing.
And then they attacked me.
root this out further. Sooner.
They attacked me, but I was able to fend them off. Escape. I remembered Grandmaster Amaris had sent a message. Mistress Anthondam had talked to me about it, even talked about sending an envoy, although we had been distracted at the time, obviously. So I knew that I guess I would be that envoy, since there was nothing else left for me. And I came here with all speed. They must have been incredibly numerous. I mean, we suspected a couple of people, but one or two monks couldn't have done what was done. Certainly not to Mistress Anthondam. I mean, we're healers, but we are capable fighters as well. I don't know. But at the very least, I'm glad that I'm here to warn you that it might be more than you realize, is what I wanted to say at the very least. It might be more than you realize. But I'm gonna pause and go pee real fast.
Alright.
I suppose, Master Amaris says, your order, Layla, is the complete antithesis of what they stand for. Antithesis. Life. Healing. And I suppose in your weakened state, they saw the opportunity to strike. Bruce, read.
Yes, master.
Yes.
I fear this may be a problem that is coming to its head if we don't deal with it soon.
Of course. They need to be rooted out and removed from the monastery. Of course, that's always easier said than done.
No,
However,
not just that. We need to go and cut it off at the head.
Agreed. Can't have the school of no mercy going around.
They-
Make the world worse off.
As long as this order exists, they will send their monks. They will infiltrate our ranks. They will stop at nothing to sow discord and death. There was a time where I understood balance, you see. There has to be darkness with light, but to nearly wipe out an order monastery, that is something that we cannot abide.
where would you even begin with this? We have an informant on the ship who might be able to route them out, but I don't know if he will be able to find where they might be coming from.
Well, it is at the very least someone we can talk to about it. If you wish to fetch him, we can see if he knows anything, or what exactly he knows.
Of course. And I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Bow out as he goes to get M.
Im is definitely the person to get. I mean, he's basically been in pretty much all the monasteries, so.
Yep.
Ito.
Is Connor even actually here right now? Or did he have to go?
What a dick.
I don't
I mean,
know.
I
He turned
know-
his camera off a long time
Yeah.
ago.
I mean,
I
I don't.
see his camera's off,
I
but
say I don't have the cameras up or anything, so.
Yeah, he turned his camera off a while ago, like
so I assume he might have needed to go
just
get his
after
kid.
my thing, I'm pretty sure, and just, I guess, has been gone.
He's dead.
Connor is fucking dead.
Well,
Yeah, he did
Aw.
say beforehand that he might have to like go get his kid at some point.
alright, how long does it take to go get a kid? Alright, Karakwa.
Oh,
Goes to you. Your time over the past 20-30 minutes of peeling potatoes.
Connor's back.
He better not be.
Yes, he is.
God
Connor
damn
is
it.
not back. He's listening. I'm driving.
Oh,
No,
I
well,
am going to get kids. I'm
Okay.
listening, but I cannot.
That's okay. We can. It started to go to you, but since you weren't there, your conversation with Adelaide can
and later.
it can come later.
Sure. I'm coming back as soon as I can. Just there's traffic and construction all up the road, so
You should have
sometimes
like avoided it.
Karakwa.
it's kind of the only way. So anyway, I will be muted, but I will still listen.
Karakwa. You're
Yes.
20 minutes, you've actually learned quite a lot about him. He is, after that sort of surly outer crust dissolved away, he, as I said, like many people his age, he likes to talk about himself. Like I said, he told you about how he kind of upset about the fact that he ended up here, remembers that he was basically given away, thinks the rules are too strict, has not exactly told you what he did that caused him so much trouble. Hasn't asked a lot about you, though.
Understandable. I'm a strange lizard man.
Would you like to broach the subject now? He has opened up to you a little bit more.
How many tubers are left here?
Not very many, actually. The two of you have been moving through them pretty damn steadily.
Yeah. No more nicks?
No more cuts. Nope.
Alright, get out of here, Nick.
Damn it.
So, do you want to tell me what you did to be put in here?
I mean, it's just, it's Grand Master Amaris overreacting to a little bit of fun. I didn't even do anything that wrong. I let a few people into the monastery after nightfall, and we had a couple of drinks.
That's all?
Yeah?
Well...
I don't know why he was so pissed off about me letting people into the monastery after dark. I mean, we used to keep the gates open overnight.
Why are the gates closed at night now?
Probably because he's old and senile and paranoid.
Paranoid of what?
I don't know. He doesn't tell me anything. Him and Master Fenris keep it to himself. I'm just a stupid kid, as far as they're concerned.
May have good reason for wanting to keep the gates closed at night. Are strange times we are in right now.
I am talking to a lizard man. I don't know.
Stranger than any lizard man.
It just seems like a real overreaction.
Well, your punishment has been completed, has it not?
Huh. Yeah, already, wow. That didn't take hardly any time at all. I thought I'd be here for hours.
I would not worry about getting in trouble for having some help. While there are ways to instill discipline in someone through punishment, it is also a lesson to learn to accept help when it is being offered. Do not be afraid to take help from others.
Hey, you're not gonna hear me complain. Maybe you're right. And you know what? If Grandmaster Amaris doesn't know, I'm not gonna tell him.
Trying to think what to say here.
An insight check.
Oh my gosh. 9.
He thanks you. Says, well, I guess I might go for a walk around before we close the gates for the night.
Wouldn't let any more people in.
I don't want to peel this many potatoes or tubers or anything like that 2 days in a row, so they can ask me all they want, but I'm not doing it again.
Smart. Do you happen to know when dinner will be served?
Oh, we usually eat at 7 and 7. There's not a formal midday meal, but the monks can come in and gather. I mean, it's basically a small lunch for themselves. The only sit-down meals are at 7 and 7.
Okay. Good to know.
But if you're hungry, you know, we can find something for you.
I appreciate that. Maybe I can see a bit of this monastery, see what it's like too.
Oh well. Aside from strictness, it's not bad. Not everyone here's bad, at least.
Are there windows in this building?
There are no windows in this building.
So I don't even know that it's snowing, huh?
I mean, it's supposed to be cherry blossoms, so
Oh. I remember you saying that now. Never mind.
there's not a cherry blossom
Visual effect?
visual effect on here, unfortunately.
There should be.
There should be, exactly. I guess maybe.
You know
like,
how many weebs play this game?
I don't know. I'm not a weeb.
Yeah, you are.
It's true.
Who were these friends? Were they friends of yours from before you were a monk?
Oh,
Or before you were here?
oh no, nothing like that. Of course not. I only met him in the last couple years, maybe year. A little bit older, but you know, at least they, were willing to have a drink or two. I mean, so many of the other monks here, they're so, prudish.
I have a friend who is a monk. So yes, I understand.
Well, I met him over the past year, and at first they were just, travelers coming through, essentially. I think their wagon broke down on the road. But, I mean, afterwards, they seemed to take to the place so well, and pretty decent craftsmen. They stayed just down the village outside.
I'm sure the grandmasters here must have a good reason for not wanting outsiders and without their supervision.
Master Timmons argued for him pretty vehemently. He said we shouldn't turn our back on anybody.
Listening to Cody being locked in a Saturday morning cartoon special is the greatest.
On this episode of Fat Albert, the kids learn an important lesson.
Yeah, but, yeah, like I said, he said, essentially a couple of people, cart broke down. This were apparently moderately skilled craftsmen, older than him. Decided to stay in the nearby region. Like I said, there's quite a few craftsmen that are attached to the on the outskirts of the monastery itself if they don't live in the monastery proper.
Right.
But type of thing where apparently one particular master of this monastery, a master named Master Timmons, argued for them to stay.
Interesting stuff to hear. Some juicy gossip.
Oh my god, bats.
Oh my, it's spooky season.
Master Timmons has a record.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here and go for a walk. Stretch my legs. Ugh, sitting on this stool all day can be murder.
Huh. Yeah.
I'm just carrying my bucket with me, don't mind me. Ooh. And then he leaves. Goes for a walk. You can see he stands up and stretches in the sunlight above. And yawns and then walks out the door. or to stretch his legs after being basically stuck all day.
This kid's dealing in like hallucinogenic potato skins or something, right?
All right, Alec, cool. You head back, blacksmith, to the Skyweaver. It's parked well on the outskirts of the monastery. At this point, maybe a mile or so away. So it's not exactly a long journey, and certainly one that you're quite capable of making. The blacksmith is quiet for the most part. Walking briskly alongside you. You can see he has to take fairly long strides to keep up with you. But whenever the Skyweaver looms in the distance, he can't help himself. He says, "My word, that is an impressive thing, isn't it?"
It's really convenient, let me tell you.
Well, he you do quickly cover the remaining ground to the Skyweaver, and you can see the people are the rest of the crew is on deck for the most part. You can see Yondar and Lysanthe are doing some basic maintenance as Carrington stands at the helm, stock still. You can see Nipsey has a small rag that she's using to basically polish his shin so it gleams in the light. Seems like the other crew members are... Yep. Nipsey's head shoots up, and seeing you coming, she hails you as well, and she says, "So, did we get our supplies? Are we ready to go?"
No, not exactly. This gentleman's the blacksmith in town, and he was kind of fumbling with things to do. I figured you might have some work that he could help with. Whether it be just nails for the ship, or if you wanted him to do something a little bit more intense, that's... I tell you where to go. I don't know that stuff, so I figured I'd bring him to talk to you.
I mean, work for the ship? I don't... most of the work I can do myself, and...
Well, I mean, if we need nails or any metal supplies, we could have him get it while we're waiting.
You can see whenever she sort of says, "I can really do it myself for the most part," you can see that the blacksmith's face kind of falls a little bit.
Oh.
Sad blacksmith noises.
Does she have something to make nails and stuff on the ship?
She doesn't have anything to make nails, although currently she does not need nails.
Gotcha.
I mean, you could...
Hmm.
It does. If his face fell, she doesn't seem to have noticed it at all. Well, if you don't have anything to do on the ship, that's understandable. A fine piece of engineering like this probably is well maintained and well staffed by, well supplied.
Well, since you're here, Lysanthe, would you mind showing him around really fast since he's here to visit? I need to talk to Nipsey about something.
I certainly wouldn't say no to a tour.
Well, it's not something you get to do every day.
It's not something you get to do every year. In fact, I imagine this might be the only time in my life I'll see something this magnificent.
There you go. And once he's kind of away, like, we should find something for this guy to do, because he's sharpened the swords at his smithy so much that he's almost lost the blade.
Well, I don't think people other than me touching the ship.
No, he doesn't have to touch the ship per se, but if there's anything at all we can get done here, we should probably do it while we're here. You know what I mean? Plus, you don't have any you don't have a smith on the ship. So if there's something that maybe you could go work with him on at the monastery, this is also the chance to do it. I wasn't exactly expecting something like that here, but he seems pretty good.
Well, I guess he did. God damn my warm heart. This is your fault, Carrington. You taught me how to love.
That's weird.
I mean, we can figure something out.
That's weird.
I guess we could always use more nails and, well, we've raised the possibility of Venta needs a new leg, so I
That
guess
is
we could
true.
work. I guess we could maybe
Did you
work
get
on
the
that.
measurements?
Well,
She did take measurements. I do remember her doing that.
I've got the measurements and I've got ideas. Of course, we'll need Venta around and that sort of thing. But we can take some time and work on it. Give him a real prosthetic instead of the stump he's walking around on.
That would probably be a good thing for us to get done then.
It is. I mean, if he finds craftsmanship and he wants a challenge, then it's certainly not making nails or horseshoes or even swords.
Make a leg.
Well,
I
when
don't-
he's done,
I mean, I'm not sure. Are we charging him or are we paying him?
I don't know. Charging who? Venta or the blacksmith?
That's the thing. I'm not sure who we're charging about what. I mean, we're doing the blacksmith a favor by giving him something to do, but it's still his work, and I mean, it's
We
for
can-
Venta's leg.
Well,
I guess we can work out the details, you know?
yeah, we can work out the details. We've got some money for the ship stored away if we need to get it done, and then Venta could just owe us.
That is true. I imagine we'll get. He's as bored as he seems to be. We'll get a damn good price for this work.
I hope so.
Oh, all right. I guess I'll talk to him about it. It's kind of a weird thing to. I'll let him finish his tour. I don't want to reach the tour with like, have you ever made?
Have you ever made a leg?
Have you ever made a prosthetic leg for a gimpy sick man?
Every Tuesday.
How about a simpy gimp man?
Oh no. Is that Henley?
No.
Simpy Gimp Man is strong.
That's a good band name.
Well,
I don't think Henley knows how to simp.
I guess I'll
He'll learn.
I'll talk to him about it once the tour is done. Or we can talk to him about it. He seems to like you. He'll probably appreciate it. Oh.
Yeah, it's, you know.
I'll probably have to get. I'll probably take a runa so I can look at her arm for reference. Be surprised how quickly you can forget some of the work you've done.
That's been a little while even, so.
Oh yeah, see how all the articulation and magics work and things like that. We'll have a big old party at the blacksmith. It's been a while since I've been in a blacksmith, so it'll be nice to go back.
Well, then that's what we'll do. And I'll wait around with her and help out around while he's touring, and then prep to talk to him about it.
Alright. So, goes to... I guess Connor's still not here, so we won't go to Ito and Adelaide yet. Did Karakwa, did you have anything else you wanted to do?
Well, I guess I could do like a quick walk around tour while waiting for dinner for supper time. Since they only serve, during certain times.
Roll a perception check for me.
Oh God. Oh fuck. I'm really good at those. 18.
All right.
Eedle.
Passing through the sort of central sparring area, this large pit of sand, you can see there are several monks gathered around sparring. It looks like there are currently. You open the door. He says, "What the fuck are you doing? This is monk business."
Okay, sorry.
Grandmaster Amaris uses Touch of Death on you. You can see there are several monks that are sparring in the central sand court area. You pass by as a large, burly half-orc picks up what appears to be a, probably a boy only slightly older, than Sean, lifting up in the air and throwing him over the shoulder, slamming him onto the soft ground. The other monks just sort of quietly nod their heads as the half-orc helps the young man up. With that perception check, you can see there is a monk that is off, sort of, he's like beside the weapon tables, leaning up against the wall. His eyes dart around the sparring area. You get the feeling like he's trying not to seem like he's watching everything, but you clearly pick up that he is watching everything intently.
He likes to watch.
He likes to watch. Beyond that, you can see, you don't really see anything interesting. You don't see Adelaide or Ito anywhere, as they've long since gone on their journey, their own little walk. The only people that you really do see from the party currently right now would be Henley and Venta. Because Alec Cool is at the ship currently.
I look in here. What's going on in here?
Oh my god. Aruna.
That orc. No.
She's stuck in the sheets, bent over, saying,
Oh,
"Step,
no.
step brother, help!
I'm here.
Step druid, please.
Step druid." She turns into a freaking horse.
Why a horse? Why is she a druid?
Because she's got a massive donkey dick.
No, she doesn't.
She's got a massive horse
Does
dick.
now.
Oh my god.
I think that's very removing Tommy's player urgency.
She true polymorphs her clitoris into a huge donkey penis.
That means Tommy.
Is it possible to true polymorph just a part of your body?
Tommy should be here if he wants that, or doesn't want it.
I'm texting Tommy right now. I don't think he liked that.
I want to answer that question. I want to answer that question.
Bruce is like, yes, I would love to have a party member with a huge donkey penis.
No, I want to turn their penis into a different animal, like into a giraffe.
That's a fucking deep throat.
Like, why the hell is the
Deepest
session that deals with my monastery? Why the hell does that have to be the most sexually charged one?
Would a Runa cast true polymorph on her clit and turn?
I don't
it
even think that makes
into
any sense.
A donkey dick.
Man, Cody fucking types like a
Yeah.
90-year-old man.
So I have texted him.
All right.
We shall wait
The,
for a
the
response.
truest polymorph.
Sorry, I was misspelling a lot of these words I don't normally type.
All right.
Like true polymorph.
If there's
and
nothing
clitoris.
else for Karakwa, you just walk around and look at shit. You just walk. You just walk around and look at shit.
I'm walking around. I'm looking. I don't see that. I don't see Sean anywhere, do I?
No, he went off. He went for a walk.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
I mean, you're walking inside the monastery. He went for a walk outside the
Oh, I see.
monastery.
What's going on up here? That's a video game character.
It is. Henley and Benta have.
What's up?
After their talk with Layla.
We are
Don't do it.
literally vibing.
I see you're vibing, bros.
5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Well, these squares are only 5 feet, so they are.
That's true.
Oh my god.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else that you're gonna do,
I will. Ito's not back. Fuck.
he's not back.
He's
huh?
not. He's normally who I talk to in these situations. Who's this?
I literally told you there was a fucking monk leaning up
Oh,
against
that's
the
him.
wall, watching them.
I see. I was standing over here. I thought you meant like one that was in here. Sorry. I was a little
Next to the
surprised.
weapon stand. I just need him to bang on the side of it and go, "Hey!"
Well, I will. Is he like trying to like look at me while not looking at me?
You notice he was watching everything that was going on, but trying not to look like he was watching everything that was going on.
I'll just go and reassure him. Hey, don't worry. I'm just a visitor. I'm just looking around your nice monastery.
His eyes narrow. I know that you're a visitor. I know every monk that is here. I also know that you're a lizard folk. You hail from the swamps far to the south, yes?
I do.
Of course. I know of your kind.
I mean, there be lizard folk from other people too, from other places.
Not that bear that symbol.
That what?
He points to your welfare herald symbol. Says, not that bear that mark.
What do you know about it?
I know that that is the mark of the wildfire druids. They live quite a ways to the south in the swamps, where you hail from. That's at least the majority of their range, spanning across the southern Vergilt plains. Specifically on this side of the river.
You are a well-traveled man, I assume.
Roll an insight check.
Okay, that works too. 8. But I was asking if he would, if he is a well-traveled man.
I have traveled enough.
Elaborate on that.
What? What elaboration do you need, lizard folk?
I'm just trying to make conversation.
Yes, well, your conversation is unnecessary, unwanted.
Very well. And I shall...
And he's surprisingly annoyed with you.
I couldn't tell what he was trying to specifically look at. Was I? You said he was trying to look at everything. But
Everything.
Was there
yes.
anything specific within that?
With your perception roll, he did seem to be keeping an eye on you as you were walking around. Although it might not, you are a very strange person, a stranger in this monastery. It probably makes sense that he'd want to keep an eye on you.
That's fair.
Cody, you're not wearing a hoodie, are you?
No, I'm not filming a movie in a movie theater, so.
Well,
then
try
my
not
apologies to you.
try not to set
I'll
anything
just be
on
on my
fire
way.
as you leave.
Is that racist?
It is, I don't
Minority
imagine-
people in this chat, was that racist?
What did he ask?
He told him try not to set anything on fire while he was walking
Culturally
away.
insensitive.
Yeah,
not
that's
racist.
pretty racist.
It's classist.
Cody, if you have to ask if it's racist, it's probably racist.
I asked
I
because
think-
I'm playing a non.
I'm pretty sure it's just incredibly culturally insensitive. Has nothing to do with the race. Has everything to do with your culture being fire.
I guess
focused.
that's fair.
So he's still being a piece of shit.
But he does seem to know about the wildfire druids at least.
Very strange, but if he does not want me nearby, I will oblige him and do no such thing then and walk away. I have no need to make a enemy, even if it is just to annoy someone and piss him off. So
It seems like he's already all of that with you without ever having seemed to talk to him.
guess that's fair. Didn't catch his name, did I?
Did not.
Don't worry. I'll just, if it comes up, I'm sure I can mention strange old man that looks like he wants to look at everything, and everyone will know exactly who I'm talking about. So I should be good in that department.
I mean, that could be a lot of people here, technically.
Guess that's fair.
Alright, I imagine Connor's not back yet, so... Reed, you can see, whenever you go to retrieve M, you can see that Alec Cool is standing on the deck of the Skyweaver with Nipsey and Carrington, and there's a very sort of squat fellow, a blacksmith, one that you have come to probably know. He was, I mean, he's a master craftsman, a smith employed or under the employment of the monastery. Always a fairly kind fellow. His name was Lucian. He always had a, he always seemed a little bit bored, but, for the price you get him for, he's a real steal, and he sticks around.
Strange wording.
Good pun.
M is on the deck as well, decidedly, very animatedly, talking to Lysanthier, about one time he found, one time how he found his way into a dungeon that had a lot of whips in it by accident, and he had to really basically turn into, I mean, he basically had to turn into a gimp suit to get the hell out. You're not sure if it's a true story,
Hell yeah,
but he
dude.
is talking about it pretty animatedly.
I think that's just a fantasy he's had.
I've heard that when you get this monk on your face, it really sticks around.
If you don't, you don't tell my wife, I won't tell yours. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
Heyo.
sorry, who is M talking to right now, or?
M's just
Lysanthier.
M's talking to Lysanthier.
Alright. So I'll just walk up to them. Pardon me, Lysanthier. M, we request your audience with the Grand Master concerning some sensitive information.
You want me?
It's about the gimp suits.
You want me to go talk to Grandmaster Amaris, huh?
Yes.
No,
Right now.
I'd rather not.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
What do you mean, no?
Let's just say I'd rather not, and I think that should be fair enough, right? What, are you gonna drag me in there?
This is important regarding.
It's important for
The
you.
safety
Doesn't
of-
mean much of anything for me.
Lysanthier, can you give us a moment?
Lysanther's got a huge erection from all the talk about gimp suit dungeons.
Jesus.
Hell yeah. Lysanther giggles and walks away.
You see him reach down and tuck it to the right.
No,
Tuck it up into his waistband.
he walks proud and erect.
Jesus.
Hard on the ship.
But Lysanther does leave.
Look, Em, I understand that you're really not of your own free will here at the moment. You kind of came with us because you were in the dungeons with the Pride and Blood. But we really need your assistance here, and you're the best one for the job right now. It seems that the ruby serpents might have fallen.
Shit. Well, I mean, that's pretty serious, but I barely spent any time with them. But I mean,
No, but you have spent time with the other monasteries, and you're the one who knows how we might be able to begin searching for
I mean
the shadow.
that's the problem. I've spent time in all the monasteries, and me and Grandmaster Amaris might not have ended the best terms. I will worry that he'll potentially recognize me. I mean, I could take a lot of forms, but he's got a real way of seeing through stuff like that. And trust me, I know.
Wouldn't be surprised if he would recognize you regardless.
I don't want him to hit me again. That's for damn sure.
But either way, we need your help. The Ruby Monastery may have been the one that has fallen this time, but it could be mine next, or the Sapphire Horse, or perhaps even
I don't think the Sapphire Horse gotta worry about falling right now. That's probably taken care of.
Yeah, that's right.
Got him.
Let's see how good your persuasion is. I'll even give you advantage on it.
Reed, known for his persuasion tactics.
Especially with dragons called Bismarck.
Master of diplomacy.
9.
Read under bow.
I can meet him here. I don't know if I want to go in there again. I mean, I barely got out the last time. I mean, he almost killed me.
Alright. I will go see to them and see if they can agree to these terms.
Yeah. That's fine.
Either
Alright.
way, we're going to need to have this talk if we're to make any progress on stopping the Onyx.
I mean, yeah, I know, but... I mean... It's hard to explain.
It's alright. We all have things that we don't want to let others know. I'll be back. He's gonna give a little sigh as he starts to walk away.
Alright. Well, it could have gone worse. You could have rolled even lower and had him run. Alright. You return to Master Fenris and Grand Master Amaris. Bruce sits with them as they are sipping what appears to be a tea, and Master Fenris looks up at you expectantly. Well?
He won't come into the monastery, so due to the nature of his business, he does not feel comfortable, particularly around you, Grandmaster Emeritus.
What do you mean? Why wouldn't he feel comfortable around me?
Well, he says that the last time he was here, you tried to kill him.
Grandmaster Amaris narrows his eye. I see.
The man I'm taking you to is a member of the Shadow Monks, who...
A changeling, yes.
Yes. He said you'd be able to see through him.
And you say he has information that we need.
He is the one that I believe would be best to help us to at least find the Onyx Serpents so that we might learn more about their order.
Very well. You can see Grandmaster Amaris once again is still like sort of stony cold as he says, "We'll see if his information is worth anything, and if it is, I will let him leave this place alive. Otherwise, I'll see that he pays for the life he took from this monastery." And that I swear by.
Understand?
Right.
Now, he won't meet us here, however, we can go meet him on board the airship.
Very well.
I get the door for the masters.
Shit.
Grandmaster Amaris sort of looks at Master Fenris, and the two sort of nod their heads. They're going to go with you to the Sky Weaver. Do 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 do. Let's put them to somewhere where there can be a good meeting. You there? We can have
Now, I don't completely like this, but just in case, I would actually have the ghost chain dart slipped into my palm
All right.
before meeting up with them.
All right. But who would you have to use it on?
Yourself.
All right. You are able, whenever you head back to the Sky Weaver, the Smith has departed, along with Alec Cool and Nipsey heading back to the Forge. The ship is currently being overseen by Carrington, who stands at the helm, every now and then saying, "Carrington? Carrington!" As if his words mean sort of anyone to anything else besides Nipsey and himself. When you arrive, you can see that Madame Vestia is sort of leaning over the edge. Her flowing silken robes fluttering in a gentle wind as she says, "M told me to tell you that he would meet you below deck."
Thank you, madam. Follow me. We will start to show them the way below.
Alright. Whenever you go downstairs, essentially, initially you don't see anything but the cargo. As you walk around, sort of waiting a little bit expectantly before you hear a voice that says, M says, I wanna be on this side just in case I have to run. as he wants to be with his basically facing the door in case he needs to run away.
Alright, no
So,
one is
right.
here to hurt you.
Yeah, we're only here for a
Wow.
conversation.
Deception check.
You just need to learn about the Onyx Serpents and what you might know about how we can seek them out.
But before you can even sort of interject that or say that, Grandmaster Ramirez says, "You killed a monk, Michelle."
Damn, Michelle.
"You've changed your skin, but I recognize you. You killed for no reason." And you can see him just, him like nervously takes a step back. I did. And I don't know what it means to you, but I am sorry about that. But you know what they say about an animal trapped in a corner, right? The air is filled with quite a bit of tension, as if Grandmaster Amaris is a coiled spring ready to pounce at M, and M is ready to sprint away.
Look, if you are truly repentant on the fact that you had killed another, help me save the rest of my monastery.
Ooh. That's good.
Amaris, let's at least see what he has to say. As Fenris walks up, looks at you, Reed, and sort of nods his head as he places one arm on Grandmaster Amaris' shoulder, sort of holding him in place. We may very well... It may very well be that his information saves far more than a single life. Something we have to understand is that many of the monks that come to our order had rough lives. Some have done awful things, no doubt. But we give them the chance to walk the correct path, a good path. A path in which they might help people. Shouldn't he have that same opportunity? Very well. What do you have to say, Michelle? Tell us about this Onyx Serpent Order. Ito.
Oh, he's on the phone.
God damn it!
I hate Connor.
I hate him so much. Okay.
Oh my lord.
Do we just kill Connor?
Connor dies of butt rot.
Connor is always the correct choice.
All right,
So
Alex.
Cody, when he comes to Wilmington, we just beat his ass for like 4 days straight.
Yeah,
and
Alex,
so-
cool.
So what we'll do, you'll just come to the house and be like, "Yeah, Connor, welcome. Come inside." Then when he opens the door, you're all standing there with bats and iron bars.
Alex, cool. You
yeah.
and Nipsey and Lucian the blacksmith return back to the monastery. You can see at this point it's starting to get pretty late in the day. you know, you find that Henley and Venta are they've probably left at this point meditating, and Henley has been able to get his hands on some of the medicinal store herbs that were suggested that he tried to make this tea with: willow bark and honey and stuff like that. You find them actually in the dining hall. Nipsey goes to you, Vent, and says, "Hey, good news! Who wants a new leg?"
I would love a new leg.
Well, we've got just the guy who's willing to probably do it for a fairly affordable price, because he's pretty bored apparently, right? As Lucian just kind of
one arm.
Lucian just kind of cocks his head. Right? Wait, what are we doing? Well, you just leave the specifics to me, but we'll make sure you get a good workout. As she pats the blacksmith on the back. What do you know about clockwork?
Alright, I finally got here, and then parent shit happened.
Oh my god, too late. It's still not. Or Ito, it's been passed over Ito and Adelaide once again.
It's okay.
What do you know about?
We can let them go if they want.
No, it's I'm probably about to get interrupted again.
What do you know about clockwork mechanisms, Lucian? As the blacksmith sort of shrugs and says, "I mostly deal with weapons, but I can make anything." All right, Venta. I think the time has come. More important, we found someone not only capable of helping, but also who will do it affordably.
Amazing.
Now we.
Yeah.
It's just gonna cost your other leg.
It is gonna cost a little bit of nothing more than hopefully, your time, as well as a little bit of gold we might be able to scrounge up from someone. But first things first, the leg. Come with us to the forge. Let's see what we can figure out. You head all the way back to the forge, which is not a long way to go. As they essentially clear off one of the tables of all the sword weaponry and things like that that were being sharpened. Lay out a small canvas for you to lay on. And they begin once again measuring you, all that stuff, making sure everything is just right. They have every last measurement to the tiniest millimeter. You can see Nipsey pulls off a saw and says, "You don't mind if we take off the other leg and we can compare it with the new leg and see how they match up?"
Of course, certainly.
Yeah, that's totally normal. Do it, bro.
Nah,
Hit that shit.
It's just a joke. We're not gonna chop off your other leg.
Oh, I was really hoping.
I
you
thought you
were.
meant the stump. I thought you were talking about the stump.
Nope.
No.
Just a little humor. We don't want you to get fidgety. You know, fidgeting, it's how people get burned and, well, they end up losing fingers. Do you have anything in particular you want, adornments you want on this leg?
You gonna get a vanity plate?
Make it say juicy.
Can I get the Connor, does the island, the Ile de Royhan, have like a seal? Good talk, Connor.
Got up, I guess.
Yes.
He just said something. It does. I would like the Ile de Royhan seal on it.
Every noble house has a seal. I hope Connor got up to walk outside during a lightning storm to get hit by lightning. It's a little bit flashy and ostentatious, but hey, it's your leg, you know? Not any weirder than a tattoo, like of a butterfly above your ass crack.
Pax is getting a tattoo of the American flag.
All right. But she begins sketching. She takes out a large piece of paper and has you like lay on it. And she's sort of, as you're laying there, she's kind of sketching out a leg where after she takes off your current prosthetic leg, just to reveal, or your current prosthesis stump, she's kind of sketching out the lengths that she's gonna need and just sort of drawing it. And you can see she adds adornments, but eventually she says, alright, so, now the big question, magical or not?
Let's stick with not.
I mean, we can
Are you mad? And a random voice says from afar.
well, magical's gonna cost quite a bit more gold. You'd have to
Which
find
is
a
what
way
I
to
don't have.
you'd have to find a way to scrounge it up. I mean, these monks seem pretty nice, but they also don't seem to be exactly rich. Even if this guy's working a pretty heavy discount, you know, there's still all sorts of magical supplies that would have to be procured. I know that, I imagine a little bit could be procured from Vestia, and I know Lincoln's got herbs that are suitable for enchanting and things like that, but you'd have to go buy it from him, or convince him to hand him over. But, hey,
We
possibilities
can always
there.
enchant it later, worst case.
That is true. We can always try it later, once we get to another forge, and well, it's gonna take all night, so what do you think, Lucian? Are you up to an all-nighter? I bet you haven't had an all-nighter with a gnome as beautiful as me before, huh? As he just kind of nods his head and says, "Oh, aye. It's been a long time
Nipsey.
since."
I'll tell Carrington.
Oh, you can send Carrington. I'm sure he'll love to join. She kind of smiles as Lucian sort of nods his head and says, "It's been a long time since I spent all night working the forge, but yeah, this should be enjoyable. It'll remind me of my youth whenever I was just starting out. Don't you worry. We'll have a fine and suitable leg between the two of us for you by tomorrow sometime."
Oh, hold on. That's grateful. I'm very grateful. Could I have my stump? So I can still get it around while you're working.
Of course, we've got the measurements we need from it.
Thank you, Lucian.
You've got the stump. You've got
I hobble out.
we're gonna work. Him and Nipsey are gonna work on giving you an adequate leg. Still gonna cost some money, but not an exorbitant amount of money. You can no doubt raise the funds from either work in town or selling something, or just asking your party mates if they've got, you know, a little bit of gold on them.
How much did he
I'll figure
specify
it
at all?
out.
How much gold it was going to take?
It is not going to take a ton of gold. It probably will not take more than... He's working at a discounted price. It is
10,000.
a fairly impressive prosthetic, so it'd probably be like maybe 80 gold, 100 gold.
It's not that bad.
Not that bad for basically a fully working prosthesis.
All right, I'll have to look into that tomorrow.
Max, do you have like a
Do you have-
vibrator
Max,
next to
So
your
do you,
microphone?
do you have like a drill?
Sorry,
like a
I'm
dentist
like
drill?
I'm building. Yeah, you have like basically a Dremel tool. Sorry, I forgot to turn it off, and I
What's
was
this
just
vibrator?
spacing out.
I'm just gonna.
Oh my god, that's a heavy duty vibrator.
I thought you were like really into the whole like.
I thought you were
surgery
playing
thing.
a
You like doing,
soundboard
like,
thing.
sound noises.
No,
like
I'm using a
playing
Dremel
surgeon
tool. I'm
simulator.
building I'm building like a kind of like a weird prototype.
Show us,
thing
you
to track
coward.
them.
It's like
Yeah.
Yeah, sure I will.
I was
it's like
like-
a weird. It's like the same concept in abacus, kind of.
I was like,
Show us.
he's over there like actually sawing his own leg off. He's really getting into it.
Max, this is unlike you.
All right. So, Ito,
Mm,
you leave the monastery. to talk with Adelaide, so that specifically you notice that she had been upset before. She's been slightly less upset. She's more than happy to leave the monastery, a poor people's house as she calls it, to walk the grounds outside the monastery. As I said, the buildings here are mostly kind of homes and shop fronts for service people that sort of work with the monastery. It would probably qualify as like a village, but it's home to no more than maybe except for the monks, maybe 40-50 people total. You walk in quiet and sort of silence for a while. Adelaide, every now and then, sighing as she looks around. How on earth did I end up here?
You were on the brink of running your empire into the ground, and
Well, from what Gen told me last time we talked, it seems like it's doing it on its own fairly well.
what did you talk about?
He told me about the fall of Krut's castle, as well as the fighting retreat of General whatever her name is. She should stand and fight. Maybe she can turn it around right there. There's no need to uproot half the damn empire just to stop a rabble of raiders from a foreign land.
I would argue that they're not a rabble, and you know that. And well, I mean, we did warn you that you were teetering on the brink. I didn't say that we could save the empire, but I said that you couldn't do it by yourself as you were. So if I unintentionally led you under false pretenses, then that was my mistake.
It's just that it feels like me being out here is not doing any good.
Are you letting it?
I mean, what do you mean, am I letting it? I'm listening, I'm learning as best as I can, as best as can be expected under such hideous circumstances.
What is she wearing right now?
Khakis.
Khakis.
Sorry, Chocolate. I had butted my cat because of khaki.
She's
Lou laughed, damn it, that was fucking funny.
She is dressed down as best as possible for her. Even so, her clothes are still she's got sort of plain leather breeches, but they're sort of perfectly tailored and don't show a spot of dirt on them. She's wearing sort of a white blouse that is pristinely white. She has a belt wrapped around her waist that's made of gleaming sort of black leather, but it also has a gold buckle on it. The gold buckle is has actually been flipped to face the inside, because the outside has the mark of the Emperor on it.
That can't be comfortable.
I mean, it's pants and a shirt and a belt. I mean, I'd much rather be wearing less. If you see anybody around here that's interested.
That's not what I meant. Putting a pin in that, we're moving on to other topics.
I mean,
Adelaide needs Jesus.
Do you know what happened when I first came to your empire as a younger person?
I imagine you are awed by its beauty.
No. I found it,
Well, you probably should have been.
actually, I found it poorly received.
Well, that seems like a personal problem to me.
Well, it might have been, but I found myself in the company of Yandwin. Did she meet Yandwin at all? I can't remember.
No.
Don't think so. A traveling bard of at least some renown, probably not around your circles, but around mine. And he took me under his wing for a number of years, and we played all manner of instruments, and sang songs, and met with people, and told stories and tales. And eventually, I learned a very valuable lesson.
Wash your hands.
I'm not a particularly good singer.
Ah. I suppose that's a valuable lesson to learn as well.
Well, it is, if you are hell-bent on trying to learn how to sing. Sometimes you reach a point where doing things your way and the way that you want stop producing any kind of a result. Perhaps you say that you've listened and you've learned, but have you? I think you're still looking at this world from the eyes of the Emperor. That wasn't the point. Anybody can sit on a throne and give orders. That's not hard. It's not difficult. Sometimes you have to make a difficult decision, and sometimes things happen that you don't quite expect. Sometimes a war comes onto your doorstep and, takes a shit in the middle of your bacchanal. And you can see these things through the eyes of a ruler who sits on a throne, or you can see them through the eyes of a person and try and take actions to make actual change. But you can't force yourself to do something that you're not. And you also can't impersonate doing something that you are not prepared to do.
Alright, roll a persuasion check.
20.
So
You
what?
said you did persuasion, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what would you have me do exactly? What more can I do? I've watched. I've even fought.
But you still don't care.
She points at a nearby house. She says, would you care if that house burnt down? You don't know those people. It might be empty.
It might be. But are you gonna check? For the record, I am readying the spell Hold Person in the event that she has any kind of arson-like look to her. It's a fatherly reflex.
Alright.
Does
She says-
does Sandra often go, I'm gonna burn this house down, Connor?
I mean, if she's Connor's kid,
I'm
yeah.
just saying.
But would you check?
Well, maybe I will.
Well, but would you check? The house is on fire. Do you walk inside? Or do you find someone, some underling to do it for you? Someone who's willing to get their pristine trousers
Of course
dirty?
I don't walk inside, that's not my job.
You're an idiot.
We pay people to thrust their hands into the muck.
Right now, you don't pay anybody anything. In fact, you're, contrary to popular belief, you're living completely at our mercy.
But if this house burnt down, it wouldn't matter. Not
It might.
really.
Not to you, might to the people living there.
It's just
Might to
a speck.
to the
They're people that are living by a monastery in the middle of nowhere.
right. So to them, it could be quite significant.
So you think I should worry myself daily of these people that don't mean anything in the grand scheme of things? They don't really matter. You would never, if they burnt down yesterday, you wouldn't have even known about it. You wouldn't have even known they existed besides the ashes.
But now you do. So to choose not to care, now that you do know, would be particularly ignorant.
We don't even know if anybody lives there.
Would you like to go see?
Sure. Let's.
What time of day is it? Are we
It's,
about to
it's,
wake a couple
like
up
I
at
said,
like
at
2
this
in the morning?
point, it's getting late in the day, but it's not. It's starting to get darker, but it's, you know, not nighttime. It's getting there. But she sort of says, I suppose we can humor you.
You're the one that's curious. Let's go.
Fine. The house itself is squat, a
Now,
little more.
just because you said this is this a house on the monastery grounds?
It's outside the monastery, a fair
Like a-
ways away.
So this is not this is like a just a home.
Yes, it's one of the buildings that's clustered outside it. Like I said, it's a little more. It's basically like a village, but it's a village that mostly serves the people that service the monastery. So
Like a small town rising up around a military base. Got it.
yeah, there's no more than probably 40 people or so that live here, excluding the monks. But she you walk up to the, like I said, it's a squat building. The windows are dark. Look like they're fairly covered in dust for the most part. She sort of motions to the door and says, well, after you, teacher.
I want to take a look around the exterior of the house. Can I get any kind of idea of what I'm about to knock on the door of?
Roll a perception check.
19.
Alright.
Oof, higher today.
While you're sort of she's sort of, two of you are standing there on like the doorstep. Adelaide's got her arms crossed, sort of motioning for you to check the door, see if there's anybody that actually matters that lives there. As you start walking around, you know, getting a lay of the land, as Adelaide just kind of rolls her eyes and says, "What? The house is gonna bite?"
I will knock on the house.
I mean, do you knock on the door?
Yeah.
Alright. So...
You just scared the shit out of every animal in this room.
There's just there is nothing. But as you stand there waiting for something, as Adelaide says, suppose it's deserted, you see movement behind the windows.
So inside the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I see through them at all, or is it just?
Trying to get through, like I said, it's dusty and it's pitch black. You saw movement, but once you get close, you sort of go to the window and peer up against it, and you try to pierce the darkness as best as you can. And you have a moment to notice a flurry of movement as the door bursts open, and about a dozen black-clad monks burst forth, leaping at both you and Adelaide.
Sick shit. Okay, I overheard this in the car. Awesome.
Reed,
Yes.
you stand there on the bottom deck of the Skyweaver. Now at least convinced well enough that he's not going to be killed outright, and you between you and Master Fenris, you've got the situation calm enough between and Grandmaster Amaris that M's willing to talk to you about what he knows, essentially.
Alright.
First things first, but M says, first things first, if I'm going to tell you anything, we might as well cut to the things you want to know most if you've got any particular questions you need answered right away. Otherwise, it might be a little bit of a while. It could be a bit of a talk.
Well,
Do you know if they've gathered any artifacts? Like, they have got to have started collecting things from the monasteries. Do they have anything of power?
Of course they do. What do you mean, do they have anything of power? They've got the most powerful thing of all. People on the inside every monastery, in positions higher than you can imagine and numbers than you can imagine, poised at any time to kill pretty much anybody if they want to. They're just waiting until a fine right moment. That's what you saw with the Ruby Serpents. They got the opportunity, they wiped them out. Grandmaster Amaris may have sussed me out, but I'm a damn poor spy compared to what they can do.
Sus.
if they're so ingrained into our monastery, how might we be able to find them?
Huh.
Trying to think of a much better word.
They're
Recognize
opportunists. You'll never recognize them just looking at them, but they are opportunists. If someone important is in danger, they'll strike. They'll make it look like a heart attack. They'll make it look like an accident. You'd be surprised how many monks of particular standing have suffered a sudden stroke in the night. Didn't wake up in the morning. That's the fun thing about the monasteries. At least not, or the monasteries unlike mine. So many of the leaders are so old. They just gather so much experience. So if one of them ends up dying, well, it's a damn thing. Could be natural causes.
So you're saying our only chance is to bait them out?
That's one way to do it, yes.
And I suppose the other big thing to ask is, what do you know about where they might be based?
Coughs over the earring.
They themselves are based largely in the south, swamps to the south. Sort of buried in the heart of the mire. Onyx Fortress. Unplottable. Can't be teleported into. Shrouded in fog. It's thicker than any you've ever seen before. I spent quite some time there, actually. I thought that perhaps I had, proven to be a better spy than they expected, but oh, did I learn that I was foolish.
Tell me, as a spy yourself, if your order were to be wiped out while you were out on assignment, would you just continue in the place you were?
I mean, if I didn't know it, I have my orders.
But if you learned of its destruction, would you continue to just pretend to be one, or would you leave the monastery itself?
I suppose there wouldn't be much of a monastery to leave. But I imagine if it were wiped out and I were still alive, I would endeavor to refound it as best as I could.
So we won't be rid of them unless we're rid of all of them.
Unfortunately, I fear not. They are insidious, unnaturally cunning, naturally stealthy, led by a woman of ruthlessness that unlike any I've ever seen before.
I'm just not seeing the answer here. We don't even know how many there are out that could be out there. We don't know what it would take.
That is true.
I honestly don't know where to go.
If
How
your
do you...
order was wiped out, how long would it take you to refound it? Lifetimes? Decades at the very least?
Then we can at least put a stopper. Won't be a permanent victory. Will be safe for foreseeable.
Master Fenris and Grandmaster Amaris sort of look at each other. Grandmaster Amaris says, "Do you know why we're taught you, as well as all the other monks, go out and do good, young Master Underbow?"
To atone for our past sin.
It's true. But also because there's always gonna be evil, wrong, and all you can do is fight against it as best as you can, because you're never just going to stomp it all out. You take the victories you can get, and you help the people that you can. And if that's all we can do, then that's all we can do. But it will do some good.
Reed's just gonna nod, actually thinking back to particularly Ingress.
You'll never get rid of all the evil. You'll never get rid of the onyx serpents. But you can still do good.
Thank you. I understand that this was a bit anxiety-inducing for you. Can't think of it. Am I? Do I keep cutting out? Sorry,
A little bit.
You keep like stop talking, like you're pausing, and it's causing your mic to cut stuff out.
Turn that down a little bit more. I'm a little further away from my mic than I usually am. But what was I just saying? Oh yeah, I was just thinking because I understand that he was a little anxious about seeing Master Amaris again.
With good reason. I probably would have killed him under other circumstances.
A reasonable thing.
But his information is valuable. And as I said, or as Master Fenris said, people here, many of them are here atoning for something. Even something as unforgivable as murder may be atoned for. I suppose him helping you with this, or dealing with this monastery, is a good way for him to start, at the very least. So I won't kill him. M says, "Ha! Oh, that's awesome. I still would like to keep my back on this end, just in case."
Reese is gonna smile at M, but then say, now, perhaps we've had enough of this dreary talk. Why don't we go ahead and celebrate our reunion back at the monastery with some tea? We shall drink some goddamn tea.
M says, I like coffee. Do we have coffee? Tea's fine. Tea's fine, you know? It's fine. Tea. As he sort of nervously goes upstairs. Alright. Grandmaster Amaris and Master Fenris turn to each other, and Master Fenris says, well, hope this turns out okay. And the two just turn and walk up the deck. Everybody go back to the delicious monastery.
We're here.
I never left.
Well, obviously, not
The
Ito and
delicious
Adelaide.
monastery where you
But Adelaide aren't there.
Ito
the
and
delicious
Adelaide aren't
monastery,
there.
The meals are supposed to be like kind of blandish and meager.
They are completely bland and meager. Alright.
Like in the main room.
You all... It's about getting close to nightfall whenever everyone sort of reconvenes.
Cool. But hold on, do I have any opportunity to like yell at them over the earring?
We're not to the part where... We're not completely the part where you've been captured yet.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like later afternoon for me, not night. Okay,
It was essentially at night, closing to nightfall.
okay, my mistake. I thought it was like late afternoon. I would not have approached that door if it was that late, but okay. We're good. I'm track.
I mean, late afternoon is closing, essentially evening, closing the nightfall.
Closing time.
Especially in the wintertime when it just starts at like fucking 4:30 now.
I don't know what that is because I live in Arizona.
Do they not have a northern hemisphere in Arizona?
You don't have daylight
Do they
savings.
not have?
time
They
in
don't have
Arizona.
winter. I know they don't have winter, but they don't have daylight savings. But they do have fucking winter, and it does get darker sooner.
Not exactly. The sun reflects enough off of the surrounding environment that it keeps the whole place pretty lit until it gets very dark. It's kind of great, actually.
All right.
Reflections are weird.
You, I'm having just kind of, since it'll get everyone sort of together at this point, you all kind of reconvene, probably right about the time where Ito is knocking on the door with Adelaide. Late afternoon, evening, that kind of thing. Later in the day, essentially. The final matches of sparring are wrapping up. You can see people are likely getting ready to head it back to the dining hall to have a fulfilling, if somewhat bland, meal.
Delicious gruel.
Grandmaster Amaris and Fenris go back into here, likely to discuss something. You can see M follows as well, to start talking with them. And as you're all gathering around, that is when Ito, that is when shit hits the fan for you.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how you want to proceed with that.
How do you want to are you sending a message?
Are we getting like accosted? Are they grabbing us and pulling us in?
They are grabbing. They burst out the door, essentially.
Okay.
I'm giving you a chance to say something at the very least before they start trying to drag you in.
I start broadcasting every single detail that I can think of about the house and where we are as loud as I possibly can over here.
Oh god, it's like the scene from Taken.
It's the scene from Taken.
Tattoo on hand, moon and stars.
And I make it very clear that I am not by myself.
Alright.
But I do not say who is with me.
Ito's voice rings throughout your head. The sound of distress, his panic coming through the earphone, essentially, the headpiece that each of you wears, as he tells you that he is currently being accosted, and he is not alone, and that, considering you know where that Adelaide was walking with him, that tells you everything that you need to know about the situation.
Oh shit.
Who just farted into the mic? Who was that?
Did you do that, Max?
No, that wasn't. I swear I just heard someone fart into the mic.
Max farts
no.
and then tries to
No.
Max,
I heard that
music.
come from my headphones.
Max, I heard it too, but I didn't say anything because I knew exactly what was gonna happen.
Max is the flattest master.
I mean, I didn't do it. I swear on my mother's life.
Dude, that'd
I
be
mean, like, with it? Nah.
play.
Who was it? Who was it? Own up to it. Come on.
Max, we all know the thing. He
Nick,
who felt it dealt it.
I didn't smell nothing. I didn't smell nothing.
I feel like if it was Nick, we would have all heard it.
He who farted sharded.
What's the other one? He who denied it supplied it.
Ah, classic.
Yes.
Did the rhyme, did the crime.
He who detected it ejected it.
Jesus.
Did the rhyme, did the time squared.
All right.
Whoever
I'm trying
asked,
to see if I could,
asked.
because I did hear something that sounded squeaky, but
So
apparently my chair doesn't pick that, or it doesn't pick up on my mic.
Alright, so
As
I
you
have
were-
a sequence of things that I want to do, Colin.
I
don't...
I am describing a sequence of things that's going on to them. As this is happening, panic is happening. You look to each other, and he quickly describes vaguely where he is, the house that he is being attacked from. This all happens over the course of maybe 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. However, you can also see several of the other monks in the courtyard burn, including this guy, NPC, that was up here, Master Timmons, revealing their true nature, as they are monks as well.
Yeah.
Do any of you tell me? Or Max?
I think
can't. Aruna has sending. If she had the ability to, she would cast sending.
I'm just saying, we still don't have earrings, so like...
I mean, they're there with you in the courtyard.
Okay.
Yes, we would acknowledge that Hildy and Ito have been taken. But shit, we really... I mean, someone's gotta get the earrings at some point. I mean, come on.
We haven't stopped in a place where we
Right.
Well, then I will defer to whoever wants to lead me there then, because I don't know the description.
Well, no one's leaving right now because...
I said
We've got-
lead.
Oh, lead.
Oh, I was about to say we could
Go ahead and just give me an
scrap right now.
initiative roll so I can know what order things are going in here. And Ito and Adelaide.
Can I say what I'm gonna try and do as they grab us?
Yeah.
I'm going to, like, I'm assuming like they're grabbing us bodily and yanking us into the house.
Well, they're making grapple checks against you, essentially.
Okay.
But I am updating there, so they have a...
But if I have the opportunity, I'm going to like grab hold of the door jamb, and I'm going to cast Prestidigitation to mark it with the flame of the Fire Herald
Alright.
for an hour.
Go ahead and give me an athletics or acrobatics check.
28, natural 20.
So, and there's one against Adelaide.
And I'm gonna loudly bellow that I am the lord of the southern lands of Stalreich, and if they harm myself or my ward, they will find themselves as enemies of the crown.
As several of them reach out to grab you, you manage to push yourself away, evading all of their clasp, but Adelaide is not so lucky, as three of them wrap themselves arms around her and yank her into the house.
The dog is very concerned about this tournament.
Did you hear what I said?
I did.
Okay.
I mean, is she being held by one or two people?
3.
3. Give me 1 second. I gotta check something.
Alright.
These other monks,
Can I?
the monastery monks,
Initiates,
they're all
yes.
yeah, they're okay. They're initiates. They're low end. They're not fighters. Okay.
They're not. I mean, they're fighters, but they're low levels ish.
Yeah, the idea is I'm wondering if I need to run interference for them or not. Probably yes.
Probably. You can probably rally the monks and hopefully bypass these. I'll go ahead and tell you how I'm hoping to play it out is you clearly can't stand and fight these monks by yourselves. You probably need to find a way to get past them and trip them up.
I'm gonna cast Bane on the 3 people holding Adelaide.
Okay.
Does she have any armaments whatsoever?
She is not currently armed.
Her feminine wiles.
I mean, those are actually pretty strong. The safe money is on the...
So they are banged. So that was your action.
Yep.
It is going to go to Adelaide, who's going to try to break out again. She fails to do so. She looks like she pushes off one of the people.
Hang on, can we, party decision? Do we want to use the important dice for her contested roll? We got a 3.
That's a pretty good one to use.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I mean, that was one of 3 people.
Yes, there were 3 people grappling her.
So the ability roll and success. Okay.
You could give her the 3 and she would only be held by 1.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna help our case.
Can I visually see how many people there are?
From just looking at the door, there's the 3 that have grabbed her. It looks like there's probably 3 or 4 more.
Okay, I have a silly question about the spell Prestidigitation. It says I create an instantaneous harmless sensory effect, such as a shower of sparks, a puff of wind, faint musical notes, or an odd odor. How large is that shower of sparks?
It could probably be pretty sizable, I imagine.
Oh, actually, no. Here's an idea. Can I throw fairy fire 60 feet up into the air? It's an action. I would do it next turn. It just says it has to target an area.
I mean, it's an object in an area that gets outlined in it.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
I mean, you could do the top of the house, probably.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would try and fairy fire the top of the house so it glows.
Okay.
Okay. Violet.
Adelaide.
Green. It'll glow green.
Okay. Adelaide is. She on her turn. The other monks are they're going to drag her in through the doorway, yanking her into the basically the darkened building. As she is yanked in, the four monks that aren't grappling her step into the doorway to fight you. One of them is going to, they each basically are armed with what appears to be like short throwing knives, very short swords, each of them sort of clad in black. As their eyes actually like, they look like they have almost like cataracts over them. They're completely milky, and they're the only thing you see from beneath basically black sackcloth that covers their face. And yet, despite the fact that it looks like they look like they have cataracts, they look like they're blind, they absolutely are honed in on you. Their eyes narrowing. Let me see.
I just saw that fairy fire fucking lasts a minute. Never mind.
I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
That's not my strong suit. 20.
That's good enough. As one of the monks, basically their eyes almost begin to glow faintly, and you hear what appears to be a high-pitched wail that echoes throughout the landscape as he tries to use Hour of Reaping to terrify you. Fails to do so, however.
He tries to use what?
Hour of Reaping.
Okay.
Alright. The other three are going to rush forward and attack you with their short knives.
And God, it's not the long knives.
Alright. They've got tiny little baby ninja toads. Okay. It is going to be... I just have to check what their plus to hit is. Plus 7. 7. Okay. First attack is 18 plus 7.
Man, I can never remember what my actual thing is. What was it? I'm sorry?
18 plus 7, yeah.
I'll use my reaction.
25.
I'll use my reaction, so that misses.
Okay. That lasts till the end of your turn, right?
It is a reaction. Yep.
Okay. I was just saying.
No, it's when you wielding a finesse weapon with which you're proficient and another creature hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to add +2 to your AC for that attack.
Okay, so it's just back to normal for these attacks. It's only going to be a 19, and it's going to be even lower. But the three crowd around you, blocking the doorway. Technically, they'd probably have advantage on those attacks, but I'm not going to worry about it. That is what's facing you. Meanwhile, in the actual monastery itself, we will go to Bruce.
Alright, I'm going to move up here. Summon a spirit right there, or clone. And then for my action, I'm going to... where the fuck is it?
Rockman.
Oh, that's right, I had to select that. Unarmed strike. And I do not have my sword out. First attack's a 22 for 8.
A 22 will hit. He is immediately going to use his reaction to quick jab with a knife out at you. Only going to be a 19 though to hit.
That hits.
Alright, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw versus poison.
That is an 8.
You take 8 points of piercing damage.
Have we long rested since
And
last fight?
yeah. And
It's been like a week on
it's
the
been
boat,
eight-
hasn't it?
It's been like a week on the boat. You took
Alright.
8 points of piercing damage, 18 points of poison damage. And you are poisoned.
Ouch.
Shit. What's this gonna be? Alright. But yes, that was his
Alright.
reaction, so he does take that damage.
Alright, so is that with disadvantage?
Yes,
that
you have
attack?
disadvantage now because you're poisoned.
Alright. Well, fuck, that sucks, 'cause that would have been a crit. That's still a 17, though.
A 17 just enough.
That looks like... I guess the first one was a 7, so that's 12. Alright, 12 points of damage. Let's see if I can do something here. Ah, damn, it's only a charm effect. Okay, never mind. Alright, I will... Fuck it, blow key points and hit him twice more. $13 and $15.
Both miss. Unfortunately,
Womp womp.
the wily monk manages to sort of slide to the side, countering your blows.
Yeah, getting a little dizzy from the poison. That's me then.
Alright. Goes to Alec Cool. Oh shit.
You actually didn't bring his token over here.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Hmm.
Oh,
I've
never
been
mind.
over here.
I guess it
I
was
had a token on both for some reason. I look to Karakwa and I find Nipsey and the blacksmith and protect them while they work. Make sure no one gets over there. I'm gonna go find Ito. And I'm going to cast Long Strider on myself. And then I am going to
I'll be right back.
fucking take the bonus action dash for my rogue. And I'm gonna fucking bolt to find Ito. So that's 110 movement.
Things must be fucking bad. Did I just hear Nick say he's casting Longstrider?
No.
Yeah.
Dash.
Hell yeah.
No, I cast
Oh.
Long Strider and then use my cutting action to Long Strider.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Cunning action
Hell
dash.
yeah.
He's roguing out.
Oh my god, game. Let me move the thing. Oh
you
my
trying to do?
fucking god. I don't know where 110
It's off the
is.
board.
So yeah, I get off the board. I'm gone.
You're gone.
Peace out.
Run, Forrest Gump, run!
You place your hands on your chest and find the magic sort of you glow kind of green for a second as it slowly trickles down to your leg, concentrating onto your feet. Before you use your cunning action to take you use your cunning action to dash and sprint past all these other people before they can even do anything.
You know it.
All right.
Yeah, I just try and get to Ito, and that's my turn.
Garakwa.
Where are Nipsey and the others that...
They're at the blacksmith.
The blacksmith
Smithy
was
up
in that
here.
direction. I imagine you would seen it.
So there's this here.
Yes.
Great.
There is a doorway up here, though, you could go through.
You have to protect your wife, Cody.
Which one's my wife?
All the short people.
Oh, fuck. Well, when you put it like that, yeah, that's
Even
fair.
Reed.
Mm,
You have to kiss Reed on the mouth.
1, 2.
Nah, I think I'm
slam
good.
open.
You
What
can
are they
see
saying? What are they doing?
Grandmaster Amaris, the time that's passed now has just been long enough for them to stand up and look confused, because it's literally been about 2 seconds since all this went down. Maybe, well, probably not 2 seconds, but less than a minute. As they sort of look at each other, they've both stood up and are making their way towards the door whenever you rush in.
There are attackers.
The two look at each
I
other.
say very calmly with no ounce of urgency at all in my voice, apparently.
They look at each other and sort of nod their heads.
Damn, Amaris. Why so slow?
I mean, he's fucking old.
He is extremely. He's old as fuck, even for an elf.
3.
It's initiative.
Meanwhile, Fenris
4,
is one of those
5,
fucking old men
6.
from anime who just suddenly stands up and he's actually ripped as all hell.
I'll use my action to dash. 1, 2,
Now I can give them the right initiative because they've got +6 to their initiatives.
3,
Rip,
4.
Rip Henley.
Is that guy holding a gun? Oh no, it's a
Oh,
sword.
that's
Okay.
But you can see there is one of these long death monks perched on the wall looking down.
Oh no.
Nipsey, get into
Sorry about
cover
that.
quick.
Colin, does that mean that Kwong shows up? We can fight a level 20 monk?
Sure, it can be monk versus monk, because Grandmaster Amaris is also a level 20 monk.
Nah, Lou's gotta fight him. Lou
Okay.
can fight a level 20 with a +4.
Probably.
To here, I've opened the doors. I've used my action and bonus action.
Alright. Oh wait, it would help if I actually begun. I will say, they are gonna, immediately... I'll push them back here behind you.
Giant cloaca.
Alright. Anything else from Karakwa?
Well, I have yelled at some people, as seems to be the common thing to do nowadays for my character. So I end my turn.
Alright. Goes to
Constant screaming.
the ninja shadowed monks.
Oh no.
Unintelligible lizarding.
Ninja. Alright, Karakwa. He's gonna throw, from the wall, he's gonna throw a dart down at you.
I instantly block it with my staff because I took points in the School of Weeaboo Fighting Magic.
In anime, it's only gonna be a 17 to hit, though.
I actually don't think that hits. No, that does not hit. I
Right.
throw up my shield just in time.
Cody, that's an actual monk thing. We get to, deflect ranged
Not
attacks.
taking any levels in Monk. Fuck off.
Like he said, weeaboo fight magic.
Weeaboo fighting magic. Alright, Bruce.
Exactly.
Actually,
E.
this one is going to essentially... jump off the roof.
The Book of Weeaboo Fighting Magic. That's so good. That's my favorite Splat book.
Alright. Bruce, this one's gonna attack you. It is going to be a 20 versus armor class.
That's a hit.
You take 5 points of piercing damage. I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw versus poison.
Crit.
Alright. So you're fine for that. This one right here is going to launch a dart out at this monk.
You say it was 7 damage?
It was 5 damage. You know, their big damage comes from poison, not from the little things. And,
Yeah.
and technically, well, I forgot. It's their turns now, so he's gonna spend a key point. Okay. To basically attack you 2 more times, he's gonna do Flurry of Blows. That's gonna be a 21 versus armor class.
Yep.
You take 5 more points of piercing damage and give me another Constitution saving throw versus poison.
Okay. Oh wait.
14.
Alright, that is a failure. You take 20 more points of poison damage.
Ow!
Bruce is already almost, yeah, he's hurt. He's hurt really fucking bad.
He is gonna use the second of his Flurry of Blows attacks. Well, no, he's not. He's just doing his extra attack. This guy is going to throw a dart up at this monk right here. 15. Luckily, even though he's just initiate, he does get the chance to at least try to block the dart. Let's see what the damage should be high. Nice. Alright. Not gonna be high enough. This guy is just gonna grab the dart out of the air and technically these initiate monks don't spend their key points to throw stuff back. This one up here is going to throw a dart up at Henley. That is a crit.
Of course it is.
On the bright side, it only does 8 points of damage with the crit, and you just have to make a saving throw versus poison.
Saving throw versus
Constitution.
poison.
Yes.
Throws up this sick fucking song.
Right.
Crit.
Alright.
That's a 28. I think I passed Colin.
God damn.
Well, yeah. Okay. It goes. Oh yeah, that's. This ninja up here is going to stay perched.
Lou, when you beat one of them, you have to tell them ninja, please.
I do that. I ain't black.
It goes to you, Reed.
Reed's going to say to them that they shall profane his monastery with their presence no longer. And then just run down to this one. I totally have enough. Yeah.
Reed picking the weakest one of the bunch. Like you, beating your ass.
It's fucking Kung Fu Hustle. Him picking out the guys from the crowd.
Start
Blue
with
deliver,
Hey, no, you behind him. That
Blue.
guy.
Blue delivering the monastic iteration of "Begone, thoughts."
And just for Cody, we'll use kunai with chain.
Oh, it's about fucking time.
Oh man, it's almost like you're a Kinsei monk or something.
Okay, that's a 16.
16, not enough.
So now we're gonna stop using kunai with chain and unarmed strike. Fuck. See, I need to do it the other way around.
Alright,
That's another
16.
16.
Continue. Yeah, he also dodges to the side. they're not heavily armored at all. They're easily able to just sort of dart to the side as this kunai flies by and a fist flies by.
Alright, then we're gonna go ahead. I'll use a key point, and we're gonna try Flurry of Blows. That is a 24 for 12.
That will hit.
I'm gonna do a roundhouse kick right up to his ear.
All right.
And with that, we're actually...
He'll immediately use his reaction for his counterattack.
Lufrin,
Gonna miss,
when
though.
describing your attacks, you should refrain from mentioning high kicks because we've all seen what that looks like.
Especially since this character is what, like 3 feet tall?
Alright. Anyway, what was his
shame
counterattack?
Yeah, it was only 12. So.
Okay. Then I'm actually going to use another key point to use Stunning Strike on him.
Okay.
So he needs a Constitution saving throw.
That is going to be a...
It's a DC 17.
DC 17.
Nope, he fails. He is stunned.
Aha. So then with him stunned, I get advantage on my next attack, don't I? Or
Technically, yes. You definitely have advantage on it.
all right. Damn, not a crit. But that's a 30 for 9.
That'll hit. All right. You
And, yeah, I'll
continue
end
sort of
there.
feeding into him.
We'll make that next one a knee to just the stomach. While he's stunned.
All right.
Okay.
Technically, it goes to Venta then.
Oh yeah, because they...
Venta, can you hear us over your Dremel?
And Grandmaster Amaris all his turn is just running outside. He's gonna run here.
Oh, it's a good thing Max doesn't want his leg that bad.
Sorry. I'm here. Okay. I'm gonna honestly pull a similar move to Nick. I am going to cast haste on myself. And then I'm going to use that.
The cripple sprinting out. Wait, I'm coming!
He casts haste. He just runs around. He runs around in a circle.
It's the tennis shoe sequence from George of the Jungle.
It's haste, and that's 100 feet. That's 100 feet. I bamf toward the house that Ito's in.
I watched someone with only one leg and a peg leg dash 100 feet in 6 seconds.
I want you to find me
will get you off
a person
the board,
missing a limb and tell them to bamf.
All right, that's my turn.
All right, but it does get you off the board.
Yeah.
All right, as you run past, you turn to the side. You hear a voice that says, "I'm still stuck in the sheet, step brother." Aruna will never be free. Goes to Henley.
I'm gonna move to this guy. I'm gonna
wreck it. Sorry.
I'm not gonna rage. I'm not gonna rage for this. Colin, I'm just gonna whack him.
I'm gonna whack it.
Pop it.
Hit it.
Hold it.
Do I hit with a 22, Colin?
A 22 hits.
Do I hit?
That's 10 damage.
Right. He will also make his counterattack because he hasn't done his yet this turn. That's gonna be a 17.
That hits.
You take 7 points of piercing damage, and it's a con save versus poison. You take 12 points of poisoning damage and are poisoned.
Alright. I'm gonna attack him again.
Right.
Did I hit him with a 14?
Unfortunately not. He's able to slip past your blades as you thrust forward.
And a 25 for my third hit.
Right. Yeah, 21. You have disadvantage because you're poisoned, but a 21 does hit.
Alright. 6 damage.
Right. I like it. You slash into him, opening up some pretty significant wounds, cutting through the dark fabric that shrouds them. At this point, you can see the ninjas are starting to waver a little bit. If there's nothing else that's going to go,
No, that's it.
Grandmaster
Oh,
Amaris ran out of that door.
I apologize. Apparently my initiative never went through.
You're on a different initiative.
Okay.
Alright. Looks like Grandmaster Fenris is now on the scene. Fuck, I'ma just have him... he has the option to throw darts, so he's gonna throw a dart.
I mean, you can pick up the bows over there. I'm sure there's some arrows nearby, or... I mean, what is that? Is that like a double-sided sword?
Yeah. He did roll high enough, however. As the dart just passes right by where the other monks... the one that's next to you, Henley, it pierces into him.
Cool.
12 points of damage, and he'll throw another dart. 24 to hit. Master Fenris's 2 darts fly into him. Not Master Fenris, but fly into the other. Right. Like it. This one in front of you's fucked up real bad. As 2 pinpoint accurate darts just pierce into the sides of his neck.
Ouch.
But that is it for him. We go to Bruce. This guy is also beat up pretty fucking badly.
Good, because I want to kill him this turn, hopefully. And hopefully now that I'm actually flanking him, might do some damage. $18 to hit.
18 hits.
For 13 damage. Second attack, 16.
16 does not hit.
Alright, I'm going to use another key point. $29 and 22 for combined 17.
Right. As you the shadow you and the shadow work together. This monk. Oh wait, I forgot they're all technically linked together. That monk dies. The other ones are going to basically, as soon as that happens, they drop smoke on themselves. They don't flee, but now they're shrouded in smoke.
Alright, I'm going to spend the rest of my movement. And I think I can move this on my turn as well. I don't think it takes movement.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, no action required. Alright, cool. That's 6. Yeah, that works. Okay. Alright, and that's my turn.
Alright. On the initiative count 20, these guys are going. Run the fuck away. Alright. Karakwa.
Yes.
The guy up here is wreathed in what appears to be smoke.
Is that a death symbol? Or
No, they're all
Like he's
linked, so
dead?
I can't change their symbols, but it's all it's wreathed in smoke.
I've never seen anything like that before, have I?
No.
I asked Grandmaster Amorous here, what is that?
He has no clue.
All the smoke. You can make all the smoke you want, but that won't stop you from stopping the flames. And I summoned my wildfire spear right here. Fuck you. Superhero mode, activate.
That was good.
Cody, you also said you know that comes after smoke, fire, and you could have shot it at them.
See, you know what happens to
You know
a
where
lightning?
there's smoke? Boom!
Yeah,
You know
there's
what happens-
fire.
You know what happens to a toad when it's struck by lightning?
Same thing that happens to
Don't
everything
say
else.
it.
No.
I'm summoning it right here, Colin.
Yeah,
man.
hold on. I gotta pull the token
No,
out.
you're cool. You're cool.
Smoke will protect you. Say hello to my little fiery friend.
Can you imagine just like
Look, man,
being a
I don't need
fucking
to know
evil
where
monk
you are.
chilling?
If I can just burn everything around you.
Karakwa really needs to just drop movie quotes that no one gets.
I'm pretty good at that.
I feel like he's that guy.
And that guy needs to.
You ever read Stephen King book?
That guy needs to succeed a dexterity saving throw against. Oh fuck! How do I see my spell DC on this here?
Oh, you'll have to check your D&D Beyond sheet because it
19. It's on here. You have to go to the spell book tab on the
right.
Foundry thing. A 19 dexterity, or else he takes 2d6 fire.
It automatically fails.
Wow. Okay. Should I roll damage?
No, it is at this point it's a one-hit minion as it, all of a sudden the smoke just completely disperses.
Oh, that's disappointing. Okay. Then, trying to move forward, I will go 1, 2, 3. So has this one disappeared, or is it?
It's gone.
So he's gone. Okay.
Basically, they're all linked. As soon as one died, everything else that was left became one-shot minions.
Okay. And I don't have control of the token here.
I don't worry about it. This scene is not going to be here long enough for you to worry about it.
Well, I just wanted to move here so it can fire a flame seed at this one.
That one's already dead.
Oh, okay. Well then,
Yeah, that's the one that initially died.
and then I'll just. Are you still stuck? Good. I end my turn out here.
All right. That's it. Reed, your turn.
So 1 second. Is the stun until the end of my next turn? Yes.
Yeah. It is a one-shot minion that has almost no armor class.
I was just making sure whether or not I would be attacking with disadvantage. That is a 27 for 11.
Yeah.
So he's just gone.
He is just gone.
Then we try to punch this one too. Oh wait, that one should have been with disadvantage, I guess. With the smoke, right?
He's flanked.
Oh. There we go. Okay, that's a 28 for 12.
Right. That'll poof him out. I don't want this combat to go on because it's already fucking late.
Yeah.
Alright. You can see, you've cleared for the most, the monks in the general area, as, Master Fenris and Grandmaster Amaris and Master Fenris begin rushing around checking, the initiates. The, meanwhile, down
At
in
the end of that, Reed's going to, by the way, at the end of that, Reed's going to call on the earpiece to inform Ito that Alakul's on the way.
down at the house.
A perfect time for me to kill Ito without him even
Right.
Reed's gonna come in. What happened to Ito? I don't know. The monks were also vampire.
That was weird. I didn't. We talked about it. They left, but he was dead already. So
This is why I should have killed you.
I'm telling you, monastic orders, they're all garbage.
turns out to become a grandmaster, you have to be a vampire.
All right. Ito, at the house you hear the word that you do have backup coming, essentially. I've been going that you go first, and then Adelaide goes first, and then the monks act last, so what would you like to do?
Is anybody in melee contact with me?
There are 3 in melee contact with you.
Alright, I'm gonna... How far away am I from Adelaide?
At this point, probably 30 or so feet.
You said 30. I'm gonna Misty Step next to Adelaide for 30 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to attack one of her captors. I guess I would have to make an attack action. That is a 26 to hit for 12 damage.
That will hit.
And, for the second attack, I'm not trying to break their grapple, but is the damage anything to jar them?
No.
No. I would have to physically break the grapple.
Yes.
Is that a full action, or can I use that as one of my attacks?
It is a breaking a grapple's an action.
Okay, so then I will continue attacking. That is a 27 for 5 damage.
That will hit, obviously.
And I will. Nope, that's it, because I already used my bonus action. Let me get rid of my spell slot. Alright, that's it for me. Oh, can I drop a dagger?
Sure.
I mean, I'm asking, is that something I can do? It's not in my hand, so I would have to, like...
you'd have to draw it, so...
Okay, then I will not do that this turn.
Okay.
That is it for me.
It will go to Adelaide. She is being currently sort of grabbed on all sides, but she is going to try to break free. Still, actually, no. It's a long shot, but I'm gonna give it a shot. He is going to make an opposed sleight of hand check and try to draw a weapon off of one of these people, and she actually did it because she got
Ito is so proud right
She
now.
got a 12 and they got a fucking 11 on their opposed sleight of hands.
Get
God
right.
damn.
Ito is very proud.
That was her. So you can see there is a look of terror on Adelaide's face, but also she's angry at this as she manages to palm a dagger off of one of them. And as she does so, she clutches it and the weapon begins to flare white hot as she casts Searing Smite on it. But that is it for her turn. That was her action and her bonus action.
Go.
It is going to be the Turbo Nerd's turn, the enemies, and then both Alec Cool and Venta will arrive. So it is going to go.
Lou with the clutch weeaboo translation. I just noticed we have a little scrum over here.
Over where?
Over in the corner.
Oh.
So Ito, it looks like they're swarming in now. Basically like that. So you're flanked, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna make an attack. That is gonna be a 23 versus armor class for one attack.
I will use a reaction to make that miss.
Okay. Second attack.
Again, it is just for that.
Second attack is only going to be a 17.
That's a miss.
That's it for that guy. So next guy is going to go. That's only going to be a 19.
Was that on me?
19.
Yeah.
That's a miss. I'm 22.
Going to be a miss as well. They keep rolling. Well, they don't have plus high to hit, but if they do hit, they deal a shit ton of damage. Possibly. So that was that guy's attacks. Next guy is going to attack. That is a crit.
On me?
On you, yes. It's going this
Alright.
guy, then this guy, this guy, this guy, and so on. Basically down the line. You take 8 points of piercing damage. 30 points of sneak attack damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw against poison.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the pain.
What happened?
Who left?
But no one left. Like someone left and came back.
Hmm.
It looks like Nick's camera.
Oh, yeah, Nick, your camera turned.
I disconnected.
Did you make your Constitution saving throw?
I was distracted.
Alright, you're fine. Alright, so that is in. Now we are in the group that is Bane. So we're going to have another attack against Ito. But he's baned, so he's going to have a d4 off of it. It's going to miss, regardless of Bane or not.
So are these attacking Adelaide?
No. This one attacked you, now we're going into the ones attacking Adelaide.
Okay.
But all the ones attacking Adelaide are also baned.
Okay.
It's gonna miss Adelaide. One pierces right into Adelaide's shoulder, ripping it open wickedly as blood begins to pour down her arm. She's gotta make a concentration saving throw. She passes. And third attack against Adelaide. And that Bane. But the Bane causes it to miss. So Adelaide also got her arm sliced open pretty bad from one of them, but for the most part, their attacks did not do very well. One of them missed solely because of Bane, actually. Alec Cool and Venta.
Hey, Lamau.
Alec Cool's probably gonna be, I'd say you're about 20 feet ahead of Venta, because you're moving 10 feet faster than him, essentially, so you gain some distance. So Alec Cool and Venta, you both get to go.
How far away from the fighting are we?
It's just what it is on screen at the bottom here.
Okay.
60 feet.
60 feet. Well, I'm gonna use my bonus action to become large
Ooh.
with my giant's might. And then do I have anything to close the distance?
You could
He's
jump.
going for speed.
She's all alone.
In her time of need.
You forgot to say the second all alone, Rick.
No, you also missed a line between those two. Shut the
Actually,
fuck up.
Okay,
Rick,
God,
you were the
man.
harmony! You were holding it together!
I guess I'll just fucking...
Jump!
I mean jump.
How far can you jump?
How...
I thought you could jump like 4 million feet.
I mean, you still can't jump farther
That doesn't
than
exceed my
that you've got
movement.
left.
Wait, what happened to being 60 feet away? Whatever. I'm assuming I still have my long strider, so I will go to there. And then I'm assuming I'm like just outside the house at this point.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
You can see everything that's going on inside.
Also, the
Just
roof is glowing.
looking through the doorway. Also, like I said, the roof is lit up.
I'm gonna use a second level spell slot to summon Beast.
Okay.
And I'm gonna summon a I'll choose the land one, and I will choose a giant ant. And I'll put it here.
It's gonna this token. Alright. You can move it wherever.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it there. And then I'm gonna. That'll be it for me, and then technically it goes to its turn, and it will make an attack. See, has number of attack equal to half the spell's level rounded down. Well, that's one. So, it will make a maul attack with its pack tactics advantage. Let's see. Its Spell attack modifier. Hell yeah. What is my modifier? +9. Word. That's a 14.
14 will not hit, unfortunately. That's with advantage, right?
Oh yeah, forgot. That's an 18.
Hey, that will hit.
Nice. Okay. Let's see. That does a D8 +6. 8 damage to the middle guy.
Alright. Begins mauling into him as he starts shouting.
And that's it for me.
There goes to Venta.
Alright. With the haste bonus, I get actually a whole fuck ton more moves than I thought I did. Did not read my spell carefully enough. I can actually make it right to the edge of the dudes. Right? Hold on, we don't. Yes, 90 feet, I have 100 total. Wait, no, 50, so I have to dash still. Okay, that's fine, yeah. Cool. I'm gonna dash with the haste action, and then I'm going to whack these dudes, or this, in between him and Adelaide and myself. Would that be considered flanked, or because she's surrounded? No.
Say what?
Would that dude right in between Adelaide and I, this guy right here, is he flanked
Yes.
by Adelaide and myself? Okay. Cool. I'm gonna whack. Oh, that's a 25 to hit. For some reason, it's not going in virtual tabletop.
That will hit.
That's not... let me get the second one. A 23?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know why they're not going here. I'll have to figure that out. But it's 2d6. That's 13 damage on the first. Oh. Oh shit, I didn't roll advantage on that. Whatever, we'll just make it the first two then. That's the first attack. Second attack. Let me see if I can get it to roll through the... Or actually, where's my...
You can just roll it and tell me what it is. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Max, I believe you. I'm seeing them pop up in D&D Beyond.
Oh, shit. The second one's a 15.
Damage?
14 damage.
Oh, I was
Not
saying, is
sure.
it 15 damage or 15 to hit?
15 to hit. That's with
that-
advantage.
That does not hit.
Alright, first attack though, 13 damage.
Okay. You managed to get there and get up behind him.
Alright, that's what I got.
Right. It is going to go to Ito.
Is it?
Yeah, it's going to Ito, Adelaide, then the ninjas, and then Alakul, then Venta.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that the other party was done.
They have not. They would not have caught up at this point.
Okay, got it. I have to read this down. I'm going to use commend and give every character around me a +1 bonus to attack rolls until the start of my next turn. That is 20 feet from me. So Alaku would not be.
Okay. You use the commend feature of the Ashen Inquisitor to give everyone +1 to hit. Useful enough.
Jesus Christ.
Did it.
You can't do.
The dogs weigh like twice as much as she does. And they all fucking spear tackled her.
That's not.
Alright, is that it for Ito?
That is my action. Let's see if I have anything for bonus action. 3 people are still holding Adelaide.
No, 2.
2? Okay. I'm gonna cast Compelled Duel on one of them.
Okay.
So they have to make a Wisdom saving throw.
That is a...
The save is
17. 17.
Okay. So if they matched it, they succeeded.
Yes.
Okay. Not my try. That's my turn.
It is going to go to Adelaide. Now wielding a dagger that is actually burning with searing hot, basically red energy. She's gonna attack the one that is currently being flanked by the guy, the ant boy. Taking the dagger, she's gonna try to stab him. Alright. The dagger lashes out and pierces... As he's turned trying to fight the ant, it like slides right into his side and almost you're surprised because it begins to sear his skin and his clothing begins to catch on fire. I believe that's what Searing Smite does. Yeah.
What the fuck?
He's got Searing Smite on his weapon.
I caught that. I just didn't know it would burn his fucking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Causes the target to ignite in flames. And then it has to make at the start of its turn, it has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Real good spell.
That is it for her, and you can see she is... Oh wait, I gotta roll for how much damage she does. Might just fucking kill him. Possibly could. Yep. He falls to the ground on fire.
Slightly horrifying.
Okay. That is it for her, however. At this point, seeing you there, Venta, and you there, Alec Cool, and also, at this point, the rest of the party is running up the path. And because it is almost 9 o'clock, they're going to all take the disengage action and start sprinting out windows and away from doors, letting Adelaide go.
Schmat.
So they're just gonna basically...
If any of them get near me, I immediately leap on them, try and suck their blood.
I mean, they're disengaging, but I'm hoping to give people opportunities to catch them. I won't... At least they're gonna get the opportunities to catch them. But they're sort of scattering off in basically different directions.
I gotta skedaddle.
Well, that's why
I'll
we're
catch
kind of
you gents
ending it.
later.
That's why we're kind of ending it right here. And the rest of the party is going to be down here.
He wasn't kidding.
Oh, did Max
Probably
have to
gotta go see his girlfriend.
Ew.
He doesn't have a girlfriend.
Apparently he
Doesn't even
does.
have
He's got a bog monster.
He doesn't even have friends.
Giant Ant-Man.
All right, rest of the
Other
party.
ant thing.
You can see as you arrive, there are several of these clad figures that are scattering off in different directions. It's now more of a skill thing than like an actual combat.
I throw a ghost chain dart at that one.
Oh, shit, who's cheating?
Cool. Now we can.
The 24, and then I'm going to try to pull him back with it.
All right.
So that is an opposed athletics check. Fuck. Wait, what was our portent dice?
It was
Three.
a 3.
I'm gonna give him an automatic 3.
Okay. You managed to yank him backwards.
Woohoo!
Right. Alec, cool. You said you wanted to jump on one and start biting him. I just make.
I'm going to fucking like bonus action dash
Why is Nick so
And-
big on the board?
because I turned large.
Oh, okay.
A bonus action dash, and I'm gonna like leap on the furthest guy away, like just full frontal like lunge at this dude. Is this giant fucking ant, man?
Jesus Christ, this is gonna get fucking messy.
Wait, like when Toad in X-Men is jumping on people from like 3 stories up to break their spines.
Yes.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, that's what he does.
Alright, you rush out and leap after them as he's sprinting in one direction.
Do I just make my?
Just make a. Well, we're not really worried about combat right now. Trying to wrap it up. You leap up and you start biting him, sucking the life from him.
This motherfucker is bone dry. I squeezed every last drop out of him like a Capri Sun.
Oh, yeah, that's an image. Fuck.
Just
You
towering.
roll,
giant
you roll him up like a
man.
toothpaste tube.
Alright, but
That's it for me.
okay, you leap after them as they're trying to flee into the night, grabbing one and sucking him bone dry. Burp.
The stacks were made.
The rest are going to continue running.
Well, wait. Do I have an opportunity to do anything before they continue running?
I'm asking if anyone's doing anything,
Oh,
otherwise they're
I'm
running.
casting hold person on all 5 of them with a 5th level spell slot.
Can I tackle one?
Yeah, I'm gonna run forward and try and tackle this guy.
Yeah, anybody who isn't currently occupied. Sorry, 4 people with 5th level spell slot.
Okay. I just need this combat to end, because
North,
it's
both guys on
late.
the north. Both guys on the north, and then the one down to the south.
I'll charge that one.
Okay.
So I guess a 4th level spell slot then. This is only 3.
Okay. Let's see what the save is. Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw DC 17.
Okay. 1 pass. That's actually also a pass. That's a fail.
I'll take 1. And then if I have the opportunity to, I'm gonna Misty Step again. To the give me the thing that I want.
Okay. I'm just going to have Grandmaster Mantis is gonna all of these off. I am ready for this combat to be done. Alright, they are all captured. As each of you wraps someone as they're trying to sprint away, dispersing into the rapidly darkening night. You all, between magic, people piling on them, people chasing after them, you managed to capture all except this one who's dead. Got sucked dry.
We're all just running to. We're all just
You know
running
the scene
to
that makes
grab.
when you're like sucking up the last little drips of a fucking.
Did
You know the
Adelaide
sound it
kill
makes
him
when
or
you
Alec
suck
Cool?
through a straw and like a drink that's like bone dry already, and you're like.
It's just the
That's what I'm doing.
It's the opening sequence of fucking Jurassic Park.
Here we go. Alright. Grandmaster Amaris, sort of motions for them all to be dragged back to the monastery. As he says, I would like to have a few words with you. As
Straight.
they're gonna just all get dragged back.
I hold this one out. I'm like, do you want this one back?
Probably not.
Can I get a refund? This one's broken.
I tell Alec Cool to play with his food.
I will cast Cure Wounds on and myself.
I thought you were gonna cure wounds
Oh.
the guy who I just sucked all the
No.
I think that's gonna require a little bit more.
Spare the dot. No, do the resurrection thing so I can re-drink his blood.
He is beyond cure wounds.
A cleric vampire, you kill someone by drinking their blood, then resurrect them and do it again.
Alright, you
Yeah.
cast
Never-ending blood bag.
I am a cleric.
It's a buffet.
you cast
Get him a body
Cure
bag. Get him a
wounds.
blood
you
bag.
cast cure wounds on you, Ito, and
And Adelaide.
probably a good idea. She almost got knocked out in a single hit.
Jesus Christ.
They did a lot of damage against her, actually.
You want me to roll for that?
No,
I mean, one
I'm not.
attack on
I
Bruce did like 20.
in case it's is obvious, I stopped being interested in rolls a while ago because it's got to wrap up.
Yeah.
All right, you go to her, heal her, casting away any sort of knitting the wound closed. As you can see, the dagger that she managed to sleight of hand off of it sort of falls to the floor. It's no longer red hot, but you can see it whenever it hits the ground. It does cause there's a little bit of straw on the ground that begins to smolder and smoke. As you knit the wound closed, you can see it's gonna leave a hell of a scar. It was a bad gash. She took I think almost 30 points of damage from that one attack.
Damn.
I would pick that dagger up and pocket it.
It is still hot to the touch. Not hot enough to hurt you, but it is.
It's a trophy.
Basically, it's still as if you put your hand in hot bath water. As it's sort of it's still slowly cooling. Adelaide is kind of got a long stare. This fight, as she the fight seems to have taken something out of her. As she kind of looks at you and she says, "That wasn't so bad." Barely even a scratch. As she sort of
No.
snaps to herself.
But you said I know that like she nearly got taken out, right?
Yeah,
Not
was-
dead, but
it was a
I know
it was
she's full of shit.
it was a bad wound.
I will smile and I will say, you see, nobility and titles don't amount for much. Not all the time.
I
I
don't
don't know, did she present herself? They might have not done that.
I don't know what just happened.
I have a feeling that the monasteries are fighting.
No, she furrows her brow and she points to the dagger and says, "I don't know what just happened."
Like the spell?
I have never been trained to cast a spell in my life.
We're gonna put a pin in that. That's a discussion for next Sunday.
She just kind of furrows her brow and shakes her head and walks out
actually-
the door.
Before I forget, I'm telling you this now. We can obviously do it next time. But I am going to cast Detect Thoughts the second she says that, and I will probe for a deeper level.
I don't know, I just want to lay down.
No, I know. I'm telling you this so that we can talk about it next time.
I just want to lay,
Go
I
lay-
just
go to
want to
bed.
lay down.
What? Just to clarify for my stupid Arizona brain, it's 9 o'clock there.
Yeah,
it's
it's
about
about 9
okay.
o'clock, yes.
Been playing for 4.5 hours. That's long
I'm
enough.
sorry. I'm
Connor,
sorry.
why don't you move to a real state?
Why don't you guys stop worrying about candle wax?
I'll candle wax off in your mouth.